Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Eurozone broadcast. You might be noticing that I am alone today. Ruben is feeling sick. He's at home. That's my usual co host. But worry not. We're obviously going to cover all the big stories that have been happening in this last week. First and foremost, Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro was kidnapped. The country was invaded. And it looks like Trump wants to take all of the oil, but he's not going to stop there. He's eyeing Greenland next. So, of course, we're going to cover that. And we're also going to look at some of the Palestine action prisoners that are on hunger strike in the UK, and talk a little bit about the UK's commitment to imperialism as well. It's not just Donald Trump. But yeah, super interesting time to be alive. We might be seeing the end of NATO soon. If Trump does invade Greenland just before going live, I did see some headlines with the Danish defense minister saying that if anyone attacks Greenland, the Danish military should shoot and then ask questions later. This is a doctrine left over from the Cold War, which basically says that troops should not wait for any official declaration of war or even their commander's approval before shooting at any targets that seem to be invading Danish territory. So shoot first, ask questions later from the Danish military. At the exact same time, Donald Trump came out and said that they are going to get Greenland one way or another, whether Denmark likes it or not. And yeah, so it seems like we're really escalating now towards the end of NATO. Let me pull up the chat quickly and see what's going on. I know some of you guys have been going crazy on the YouTube videos, so sorry, on the Instagram videos. So I hope that some of you are in here. Let me turn the audio down over here on this end. Ooh. Okay, there we go. So I've got myself here on the screen. I have the chat open. Let me know if you guys want to ask any questions along the way. We also have an interview today. So Phoebe O'Brien, I connected with her on Instagram, and she's going to be joining us to answer some questions around the Palestine action protesters as well. It looks like, is my camera fixed on full screen? Yeah, it looks fine. Okay, let me send the link around to a few people so that we get some people here in the chat. And let me put it on my Instagram story as well. Follow us, by the way, Eurozone on Instagram. If you have shorter attention span, I think it's a great platform for those shorter videos. Let me see if I can share this one. Copy link. Okay. Let's see. Yes. And now it is shared. Is my camera frozen? We're still good. Okay. Let me quickly post an Instagram story. You guys know how it goes. I might even record one. Put the link on there. The whole influencer thing. Sorry guys, it's this is how you start the streams. You always have to start with a few influencer activities, get some people in the chat before we really kick off. But we will touch on these subjects soon. If you're watching this live, thanks for joining. If you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to skip forward to the important topics or just watch the standalone segments that we also upload. Okay, let me quickly take the camera out here on the phone and make a quick video. We are live on YouTube. Unfortunately, Ruben cannot join me, but we're going to be discussing still. Oh, wait, that doesn't go well. Let me try that one more time. Okay, here we go. We are live on YouTube. We're going to be discussing everything that happened in Venezuela. How come the Americans were able to take over the country that easily? What happens next? We're also going to be looking at Greenland and the situation there, with the Americans saying that they will take it the easy way or the hard way. This may be the end of NATO, so really interesting topic. Make sure to join. And we're also going to have an interview with Phoebe O'Brien on the Palestine Action prisoners in the UK that are currently on hunger strike. So click the link somewhere here in the middle of the screen and come join us on the live. And of course, I'll answer some questions as well. I can't believe I had to do that, man. But you know, that's the name of the game. Okay, let me upload that quickly and not take any more of your time here on the live stream. Cool. I just need the YouTube link. And then we are ready to go. Let's see. Oh, we have 2 people live. Feel free to drop a message, by the way. I see you there in the live. So yeah, don't be shy. Say what's up. We haven't commenced the news stories yet, so we can chat around a little bit. Okay, I'm just quickly adding the link here on my Instagram, and then we'll get into today's program. Okay, let me just check that there's cool. Let's make that link a bit bigger here for the Instagram audience. All right. Let's see. Home studio looking good. I got the first chatter in here. Ruben, is that you? Yes. Handala Stichting. I know that name. Thank you for joining. Yeah, this is the home studio. I mean, I usually record DJ sets and whatnot in here, but because of the state of the world, we have to switch to politics. So that's what we're doing now. Yeah, I've even got the cat over here. I think she's just out of frame, so you're not gonna be able to see her, unfortunately. But yeah, home studio, because Ruben is sick. He caught some Victorian age disease. I didn't know that people were still getting pneumonia. But you know, I guess when you're up there in the age, when you achieve UNC status, that's what starts to happen. You get all sorts of expired diseases. Okay, let me stop playing around. But yeah, thanks for joining, Ruben. Hopefully we see some other people join from the Instagram story, and I can answer some of your questions live. I did quickly, before we start the show here, I wanted to show some of the things that have happened personally in the last week. It was very interesting. We went to I went to a protest on Sunday in front of the American embassy, demanding the return of Nicolas Maduro and the end of the American imperialism. So that was really nice. There I met some interesting characters. I met Mr. Fong, who decided to interview me, and he posted that video. It got quite some views. So that's the first time that I'm I think officially on somebody else's YouTube channel. So that's quite exciting. Let me show you actually what that looks like. I'm gonna play it here. Let me see if my headphones are. Share my screen because I also want to be able to listen. Yes, sounds good. All right. Yeah, and Ruben, if you're in the chat, let me know if the audio is messed up or anything here, but it should be fine. Yeah, so this is the YouTube video from Mr. Fong. That's me out there in the snow, in the cold. And he just stopped me, decided to interview me. I had my Bolivian flag with me, you know, South America represent, Bolivia represent. Thanks. He said, yeah, I'll be your Czech. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I got this quick interview in, and I think it summarizes pretty well my stance on Venezuela and the whole conflict. So let's have a listen.
If this is the world that you show us, then I think China should go and remove the American president when he's also being anti-democratic.
So the United States thought it was a good idea to invade Venezuela and take the president of Venezuela and his wife and bring them to another place. That triggered a lot of protest. And I was at one of those protests right here in the Netherlands, and I was speaking with a lot of people, and here are their voices. But first, I also want to thank the people that bought me a coffee, so I could literally buy a coffee to keep me warm because it was snowing.
Yeah, it was hella cold. I was freezing. And yeah, I do want to say again, thank you to Mr. Fong for putting me on. It was super interesting. It's the first time I've been interviewed at one of these protests, and to see here, 13K views. Oh, I think it's right out of frame, but yeah, it has 13,000 views, 700 likes. Quite interesting to be given a platform. I'm very thankful of that. And if you do want content that is more China focused, I think you should go check him out. He has some interesting takes. I hope I can have him on at some later date, maybe in a few weeks, to discuss Chinese policies. I have quite some questions. So yeah, Mr. Fong here, his YouTube channel is here. Let me just show you that. Make sure you go check it out. He has some really interesting videos. He uploads quite often, and yeah, it's really good content.
So thank you very much, and don't forget to enjoy the video. What do you think of what do you think that the United States has done?
I think it's terrible. Look, I'm just a South American concerned living in Europe, and I don't want the Americans, I don't want the Europeans to take care of what we do in our own countries. Maduro may not have been the best leader, he may not have been directly democratic, but that's not of the American business. If that is the case, if this is the world that you show us, then I think China should go and remove the American president when he's also being anti-democratic. That's the only message I see from the world leaders becoming flatantly, violating so flatantly the international law that we have set. Yeah.
What do you think of the reaction of Europe and our leaders in Europe?
I think the reaction of Europe is absolutely hysterical. I think it is hilarious. Just the other week, the Danish Prime Minister came out and said that you cannot just take countries through force, trying to defend Greenland from the Americans. And now look at them, all going out and supporting America taking over a country by force.
What do you think is the difference? Stay there. What do you think is...
Yeah, so he was... Thanks, Ruben, by the way, in the chat for saying the sound is good. Yeah, so I was there and I got a bit confused because I thought, how are people going to hear the questions? I've done interviews myself, like these type of street interviews. So my reflex was, okay, I need to give the microphone back to him. But he was like, no, man, please just stand there, stop moving because you're perfectly in frame. So yeah, that was the only awkward part, I think. I'll let this play out because I think it's a pretty good summary to the immediate reaction to the invasion. This protest was the day after, so it was almost right after the Maduro kidnapping.
Is the difference between Greenland, Ukraine, and Venezuela?
The only difference between Greenland, Ukraine, Venezuela, and Palestine, to be honest, is the color of their skin. I have long said that there's two systems in this world. There's one set of international laws for those who are white or considered white by the Europeans, and there's another set of international laws for those who are not white. And as we have seen now, that is precisely what is unfolding. Whenever a country like Ukraine, who is white, is attacked by another country, everyone gets up and says that this is against international law. They threaten to arrest the leader. When an American does it in Venezuela, the Europeans support them. When the Israelis do it in Palestine, the Europeans support them.
What do you think that we should do in Europe?
What I think we should do in Europe is organize. We need to have a lot more power given back to the people. Our worker unions are too weak.
Oh no, I think my my headphones died. Let me see if I can revive these. Okay, they do have a battery, and they are connected again. They're brand new, so sorry for that. Let me continue playing this.
Before, we would have taken action in the 70s and the 80s. The worker unions would have been here today taking action. We need to find a way to unionize in this new work environment where everyone is so divided and individualist. We need to find solidarity for each other and elect new leaders that can create a new system. And if the elections don't work, we have to block everything. We have to strike until we stop this violent system. Eventually, the boomerang will come back to Europe. All of these oppressive systems will come back to hurt you. Now, D66 is going to cut funding for a lot of the social programs we have here in the Netherlands in order to pay for the military machine that we're seeing active in Venezuela.
Before we go any further, please.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, I couldn't say it better myself because that is myself. No, but yeah, I think the main point there is, guys, I am sick and tired of having to pay for this militarism, having to pay for this expansionism, this imperialism. The reason we take up the issue of Palestine with such severity and always constantly speaking on that topic is because it affects our lives directly. I mean, first and foremost, it affects my empathy, right? Like I don't want to be part of the mass murder of civilians and children. But it also impacts our quality of life directly, because all of this militarist action requires a lot of money, and all of that money is just put on fire and is burnt. War does nothing but destroy quality of life, destroy wealth, and destroy living standards, both for the victims of the war, but also for the people financing it. And we see that now with D66. You know, they came in with as being this liberal center-left government in the Netherlands, saying that they need to protect the strong welfare state, and now they are already starting to talk about should we start to cut some of these social programs because we have to achieve this insanely high military spending demanded by Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want my tax money going to that anymore. I don't want to support any military that does what we do in Gaza. I don't want to support Israel. I don't want to support the United States. At first, it was just because I don't like what the United States does, for example, in Venezuela. But now it's even existential, right? Like, if we keep funding this American military and this NATO alliance, it does seem like a lot of that funding and weaponry from the United States is going to be used to completely tear apart Europe and even take chunks out of Europe. And that's a complete waste of energy, in my opinion. I don't think that this is the right thing to do, and I think it's so cowardly that all of the European leaders had nothing to say about the kidnapping of Maduro, and then the day after, as I say there in the video, of course, then the U.S. turns their arms, their scope towards Europe and says that we must annex Greenland by force, one way or another. And of course, when that happens, all the European leaders come out and condemn it and say that, no, we stand for the sovereignty of borders. Borders cannot be moved by force. We are, first and foremost, abiders of international law. But all of it just lands completely flat because just the day prior, like literally the day before, they were all clapping along and refusing to condemn Trump's aggression in Venezuela. Yeah, so huge thanks to Mr. Fong again for letting me on his stream there, his video there. Also really friendly guy in person, and as I said, I hope we can collaborate with him soon. I did also quickly want to shout out the Instagram here because it's been going fantastic over there. We just reached 10,000 followers, and if I do a quick refresh, yeah, it's 10.3 thousand. So, man, what a surprise to already reach this number within just 3 months of doing this. Of course, a huge thanks to Stichting Handala and SJP Amsterdam, Ruben and Wasim, who have helped me set this whole thing up. The idea was just to do one podcast on activism in Amsterdam around Palestine. And all of a sudden it became like a monthly, bi-weekly show. And then I started doing these selfie videos as well. Our first interview that blew up was with Tan Safi, and before you know it, 3 months later, we've hit 10,000 followers, and we have, 600,000, 500,000, 600,000 views here. Yeah, here's the clip again from Mr. Fong. Another 8,000 likes. I mean, that's really crazy. So Instagram is going quite well. I hope we can continue pushing this. And if you haven't followed us over there, go ahead and do that. All right. I am a bit worried because my headphone volume is very, very low, but I think it should be fine. It's a bit strange that I can't turn up the volume. Let me give this another because yeah, so we are very close to having PB ready to join the live stream here. I'm just quickly gonna check my own audio, guys. Try to fix that, and if it works, then in.
So as I'm sure you've already seen, the USA invaded Venezuela last night, both bombing the country in 4 or 5 separate states. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was kidnapped by them, and he's now being brought to New York City to face charges for a bunch of totally ridiculous things that are clearly made up. Like, for example, possessions of machine guns and destructive devices and conspiracy to possess machine guns.
I just realized I'm playing the the audio of the video that I'm trying to test. We're gonna be watching Bad Empanada later. That's what you're hearing there. Give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to figure out these new headphones. I'm gonna turn them off and on. Else too. Connected again. Let's see. Ah, that's so annoying. Ah, that's crazy. I don't know why my headphones just can't get any volume here. That is very, very annoying. It could be. Let me try this. Maybe this works. Okay, that one works. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it like this. It's very low volume, so I hope I can hear our guest when he joins. Yeah, okay, now I hear the Bad Empanada video, but I don't see it. Yeah, sorry, man, my bad. Okay, I was trying to fix the audio because my headphones are a bit low, but I think it should be fine. And worst case, we'll find a solution. So, yeah, I'm going to invite now Phoebe O'Brien on the stream. And we're just gonna have a quick catch up before we start the real segment around the Palestine action. So yeah, let's see if she is available. All right, let me join here. Okay, let me. Perfect. That's me sharing the screen. And let me admit here. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's. I think it's quite good. I'm struggling a bit on my end with these headphones, so they're a bit low. But it sounds like they should be hearing you fine on the stream.
Yeah, I'm just like as we speak, like trying to get my my microphone sorted out, but
yeah,
she's not wanting to connect for some reason.
Yeah, if you need another few minutes, that's all right. But I think this is also working.
Yeah, do you think this will work?
Yeah, maybe Ruben we have one person in the chat. Maybe he can quickly drop in and see and confirm that he can hear everything. Let's see.
Yeah, if you can drop in and say whether you can hear. Otherwise, I'll try and figure something else out.
But yeah, how's it going? Otherwise, all good?
Yeah, good. Actually, I'm gonna be so real with you. I am quite sleep deprived because I flew into Sweden this morning at 6:55.
Yeah.
Meaning that I had to leave where I was staying at 3 a.m. So you know before you have to leave at like 3 a.m. in the morning and you absolutely cannot sleep.
Yeah.
So that happened, and then by the time I got back to my place in Sweden, it was like almost midday.
Yeah.
And then you get the same, like, oh my God, I have this thing I'm doing in however many hours, and then
yeah. No, so that's you must be a bit tired then. And I was also wondering because you said you were in a Swedish town. And yeah, I'm half Danish myself, so I was wondering, you might be Swedish then, or something, or is that?
No, actually, I just moved here to do my PhD, and I just stuck around.
Okay.
Well, actually, I really want to. Well, actually, I want to be European again because I didn't personally Brexit, so I'm waiting around, seeing if I can wangle myself a citizenship out of this.
Yeah, I was wondering because you had the UK accent, but then Yeah, okay, so you're trying to be European again, which I understand. I have some friends over in the UK with similar issues, to be honest.
Yeah, for real. Like I'm European in my soul, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I quickly want to say, by the way, I think you're getting the webcam angle here, so it's not the view that they have on the live stream. So apologies for looking up in this awkward angle.
Yeah,
but,
no worries. How's my video quality and everything? Just
yeah, no,
like
it's perfect. And
is it
Ruben
all
also
right to be
said,
in portrait, or do you want it?
this is okay, but if it does work in landscape, I think you
Yeah,
should
I
try
should
it.
be able to. Yeah, just switch
Yeah.
the orientation of the phone, don't you think?
And Ruben said that the sound is great, so
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
He's joining from home. I think
Oh,
now.
sorry to miss you, Ruben.
Yeah. Yeah, he's at home a bit sick. I think now it's you've turned the phone, but it's still in
But it's
portrait
not.
mode for
But it's
some
not
reason.
locked. But the orientation is locked. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's.
1 second. I'll just
Yeah.
turn off my orientation lock. God, I felt like such a boomer.
Yeah, I was just
Like
complaining
that?
about. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay,
I was just
cool.
complaining about Ruben as well. We joke a little bit because he's a bit older than me, but yeah, he has pneumonia, which I didn't know people
Oh
still
my
caught
God.
nowadays.
Yeah, no, that
So-
sounds very Victorian.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same comment I made at the start of the stream. So, no, but
Next
he's.
everyone will have scurvy. Like
Yeah. No, I think he's doing a bit better today. So hopefully he'll be good soon.
Oh Jesus.
Okay, perfect. Ruben is very happy with the image quality. He says,
Yeah.
amazing.
Is everything good? You need to be the director, Ruben, even
Yeah.
from your
No,
whatever state you're in.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna
Jesus.
get into it then. Is there anything you want to plug before we start the recording
Anything I wanna
of the segment?
plug? Yeah, actually, yeah, I'd love to plug my Substack.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Which I have just started in the last month or so.
Yeah.
About like 3, 4 articles up there now, focusing a lot on sort of like militarism, the military-industrial complex, like how this feeds into kind of like the continuum of like wealth inequality and stuff like that. I think it's super good that we're back in the blogging era.
Yeah. No, I
But
see.
no one wants to call it a blog.
Yeah. It's quite a popular it's quite a popular medium all of a sudden.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
I'm really interested in it because it's like there hasn't been such an easy way for people to be able to access each other's like I guess a longer format writing for a hot minute. Like obviously we all had Tumblr, we all had like MySpace, we all had like whatever. I don't know how old you are actually, so maybe you didn't.
No, I've heard rumors of these websites, but no, I was never on them myself.
How old are you?
So yeah, no, for me I started everything on TikTok and Instagram. That's my generation.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, I expose myself to that. Okay, well.
No,
well, you young whippersnappers wouldn't know, but back in my day.
yeah. I think, but no, I think it's amazing that Substack is becoming a thing. There's quite some good reporting on there.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's such an outlet for people, I think, like especially in this time where people are becoming like so much more disillusioned with like legacy media, with institutional media, to have like an outlet to really get people's like internal cogs working in a way that they can also then like present this in a coherent way to the rest of the world. Like I struggle to see the downside, but I'm sure the internet will regale me at some point.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay, I think we'll get into it because if we do have like any other topics that are a bit outside of the original scope, we can just dive into them towards the end of the interview, I think. So I'm gonna take you.
Tell me, wait 1 second. Is this light like super intense?
No, it's quite good. I think it's working. Yeah.
Yeah, like these Swedish winter got hands. Like if there's one thing I can say about the Swedish winter, like the days they just poof.
Yeah.
If it's cloudy, doesn't even look like the sun.
Here we still have a little bit of light here, but I think it's gonna get dark by the time I'm done with the stream. So yeah.
Down in Denmark. So you're in Denmark?
No, I'm half Danish, but I'm based in Amsterdam. So I've been here for quite some time. Yeah, and that's where I met all
city. Love that for you.
Yeah, and that's where I've met all the fellow activists here in Amsterdam as well. And Ruben, the co-host, who is at home.
Awesome.
So yeah, I really enjoy the city. I'm not sure I'm gonna stay forever, but for now it's quite good.
Yeah, no, like it's got incredible vibes, the
Yeah.
city. Well, and like I haven't spent so long there myself, but I do see it pop up very frequently when it comes to like protests and things.
Yeah.
So it seems like they've got like a good organizational structure there already. I mean, it's got a long history of
Yeah.
this kind of thing, I guess.
I would say,
A lot
I
of
mean, ooh,
subversive.
I could do quite a long conversation around that. I think we had there was a better, let's say, organization in the 70s through 90s. But then in the 90s it did start to dissipate a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's coming back, but I do think we are far behind the French, for example, or even the Italian organizations.
This is so true. Like
So I
it's
hope we
not
can
really
do
a
better. But
protest.
yeah.
Yeah. For
Okay.
sure. No, you guys like are doing good though. You know, we need some people to hold the banner in the north, I guess, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
People that further south, they tend to also be a bit more fiery. And I just don't really feel
they're
like it's a
used to.
protest.
They're much more used to protesting, right?
Exactly,
So
exactly. I just
yeah.
love to see it. I just love to
Yeah.
see it.
All right. I think I'm gonna hit record here for the main segment. So I'll take you off screen for a second, and then I'll introduce you, and then we'll talk again in just 1 minute.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Start recording. Amazing. 1 second. Okay, here we go. 8 Palestine activists in the UK accused of partaking in a Palestine Action demonstration where they were trying to take over Elbit Systems headquarters, or at least stop the functioning of the Elbit Systems building in the UK, have now gone on hunger strike. Out of these 8 prisoners, 4 of them are still on hunger strike and are entering day 69 of the hunger strike. Their names are Heba Moraisi, Kemran Ahmed, Teita Hoxha, and Louis Chiaramello. I think that one is an Italian last name. Now, we have seen similar cases in the past, 9 similar cases during the Irish times. And in those cases, almost all 9 of them actually passed away, ended up dying between day 59 and 73. So that means that we are really entering critical territory where they could quite literally start to die at any moment. The UK government is refusing to do anything about it. The situation is incredibly critical, and a lot of activist groups are now stepping up the pressure, trying to get their demands met. Joining me now to discuss this matter, we have Dr. Phoebe O'Brien, an independent journalist and content creator who has been tracking the case closely. I myself have been using her videos on Instagram to get some detailed information, and you can find her work on Instagram at Dance Hiopai and on TikTok at Lila Flika. I think I messed up those names, but yes, welcome to welcome to the broadcast. And yeah, I think if you do want to correct the name there for a second, I'll give you the time. But otherwise, the viewers can also find it in the description of the video. So, first question first: why are these comrades imprisoned? Because I know that they were involved in the case, but I believe that there has not been a conviction yet. Is that true?
Yes, so all of the Palestine Action prisoners who are hunger striking right now have been held on remand for over 6 months. 6 months is the usual remand limit that is imposed upon prisoners before they are able, like before they've been convicted. But in this case, obviously, like the state is trying to crack down on them and intimidate the movement in general by using them as an example. And they've been held like far past this usual amount of time that people are being kept inside. So you have to kind of at that point question, what are the motives behind this? Just going back to a little bit of your earlier question, what are they in there for? So Palestine Action is a grassroots UK-based, well, originally UK-based direct action group that targets Elbit Systems as Israel's largest weapons manufacturer, which has factories based all over UK, all over Europe. In fact, the city that I'm in at the moment is in Sweden. We also have an Elbit Systems factory.
Right.
So it's a fully global conglomeration. They're utilizing many different territories to be able to manufacture weapons, which ultimately we know have been used on the civilians in Israel's genocide on Gaza.
Yeah.
And the only way which we as individuals, as like citizens of these countries, can have a real tangible effect on the supply chain, like on the logistics of these companies, is to I guess use our own bodies to exact some kind of damage on the actual equipment itself, or that is the ethos of Palestine Action as a group. The actual prisoners who are hunger striking right now, they are alleged to have been involved in two different actions. The first action was a direct action on an Elbit system factory in Filton. So this ended up with the arrest of, I think, 24 activists in total, and they broke into a Elbit Systems factory and were eventually caught in the main production room once they had done a pretty significant amount of damage to a lot of equipment and a lot of drones. As part of the kind of operations that this group would undertake, they would also be looking for information about the company, about its subsidiaries, about its logistical links with other companies in the area. And then from that, they kind of built out I guess like a web of different companies which are all connected to this main central state-owned Israeli manufacturing firm, Elbit Systems, and then basically try to block it out of the supply chain by targeting, I think there was like sleep deprived brain, do not fail me now. Because like Raphael, I think, Raphael. So there's various different components, obviously, as part of a total weapon system. So you have to have the manufacturing of the chips. You have to have the people who are going to be delivering this like material and this material. So by targeting different aspects of the supply chain and making it explicit with every action that the reason behind the action is to shut Elbit down, they would always leave like graffiti and markings in the area, which would make it obvious, like, we have done this action because you continue to work with other systems to try and break it down. And the second action, which some of the protesters have been alleged to be involved with, it was the break into the RAF base where planes were splattered with paint. And this was, for some reason, sold to us as some kind of mass national humiliation. And we were supposed to be feeling as sorry for the war planes as we were supposed to be feeling for like a family of 10 in Gaza. Like, we were really supposed to make that moral judgment, like that judgment on what is more harm and what is less harm, and we were supposed to side with the RAF planes.
I think this really highlights a common theme that we've been exploring a lot here on the Eurozone broadcast for the last few weeks, which is that the values and the morals that the European countries seem to protect are first and foremost imperial militarism, and we see that theme coming up again and again. As you're saying, for example, when thousands, tens of thousands of civilians are being slaughtered in Gaza, or in other countries, for that matter, it seems to have no effect on the morality or the action of European states. It seems to be of no care to them. And on the other side of that, as soon as you have any quote-unquote criminal action, or even non-criminal action, for that matter, for example, in the case of Mustafa Yash, simply reporting on the genocide in Gaza. In this case, as you said, Palestine Action activists throwing red paint on an aircraft, not even a human. Then the state cracks down on them and puts them in terrible conditions. And we're going to get into some of those conditions, but I just wanted to highlight what you're saying there in terms of this consistent double moral view.
They're trying to normalize this. They're trying to normalize this, and they're trying to change the conversation, and they're trying to, through constantly repeating this kind of rhetoric or like this kind of sentiment, they're trying to instill that in us and make us feel like that is acceptable and that is normal, and that is something even that we should repeat or that we should like propagate. But I feel like, and I don't know if like maybe this is just the circles I associate with more, or I'm in an echo chamber, I've got my blinkers on or something. But I do feel like less people are becoming willing to accept this line of reasoning, because we know it in our like souls that this is like not morally equivalent.
But, no, I do see that happening. But it's unfortunately, my view is always that it's not the first time in history that the youth has risen and gotten this sort of morality as a center point of our culture. I think my parents' generation and even my grandparents' generation had a similar uprising, but those did get diffused, and a lot of the more hardcore activists were either imprisoned, cracked down upon, or simply abandoned the movement out of fatigue, or moved on with their lives and then became part of the system. So unfortunately, I do think that it's not enough just to have people awaken. We do need to transform it into some sort of sustainable movement full of action.
For sure. Like that's why like momentum has been lost in the past, and that would be the reason why momentum would be lost now, is because people are not like you said, like actually able to subsist themselves, like whilst also maintaining their morals or their movement or like their organization. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of, you go through a lot of like stress and overwhelm, I guess, like being so involved in like global events and being like having to radicalize yourself to the extent that you're willing to put your own like safety, liberty, career, whatever on the line for like something that you deeply believe in. You always hit that point, I guess, that you just spoke about, where you're like, how am I going to actually survive doing this? How am I going to survive the rest of my life, especially under capitalism, and now we're under late stage capitalism.
Absolutely.
We're all in survival mode. Well, a lot much larger proportion of the population is.
So what we see is, I mean, you get targeted at your job. You also get, let's say, almost diplomatically ousted. I interviewed someone on the Sumut flotilla who said that the Italian government was calling everyone associated with the people going on the Sumut flotilla. So that means the parents, the siblings, the friends, and saying, please urge your family member not to join this mission. So the government is very focused on repressing these sort of actions. And in the worst case scenario, they arrest you, like they did the Palestine Action prisoners. And they, in my opinion, the actions that they take on you inside of that prison amount to torture. So before we get to their demands, I do want to ask a bit more details on how are they doing, and what are some of the signs that we have seen of neglect from the UK government.
Well, I guess the whole, well, not the whole, but a big portion of the impetus to be able to do this action, which is absolutely like astounding, is to expose more of these kind of intricacies of the prison system as, I guess, the other end of the continuum of structures of control, which are used on the Palestinians, which are used in foreign battlefields, which is how empire imposes itself upon foreign lands. The other end of the spectrum is how we are oppressed domestically via the prison system, via the policing system, via even, I don't know, like the border system. There are lots of mechanisms which we experience here, and like through their selflessness and their willingness to leverage their own bodies, their own lives, to bring like international media attention to medical neglect, to like inhumane conditions, and to, I guess, like honestly human rights abuses within the British prison system. And this kind of then throws up questions, I guess, across all like Western nations as to what are we made to feel is acceptable within our own like domestic prison system, like what are we willing to put like our own citizens through, says also a lot about how that state then behaves on the other end of the spectrum. It's like kind of the imperial boomerang. I think this is like quite a good way of encapsulating everything into one theory. But whatever they do abroad in foreign policy, that's like, well, I guess what you call colonialism or imperialism. And when that behavior is then applied at home, it's fascism. So they're kind of exposing this whole continuum with that action.
Yeah, and I think the imperial boomerang is perfect for this instance. I did see a lot of previous prisoners in Israeli prisons, Palestinian prisoners inside of Israel, who were sending messages of solidarity. There's a huge, obviously, movement in Palestine around going on hunger strike inside of Israeli prisons. So I do see that correlation there, and I think the Palestinians see it as well. And they were even offering advice on how to continue the struggle. We're on day 59, which means that they are in an extremely critical condition.
I think actually Heather is on day 66.
66, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first one started on November 2nd.
Or 67, like.
Yeah. So it is. They're getting really far into it, into dangerous territory. I understand that some of them have been hospitalized. I understand that at this point they are undergoing severe damage to their bodies, which does not regenerate. So this is permanent damage. What are their demands, and how has the UK government responded?
Well, I guess just talk a little bit about the first part of the question. Like, they're in what would be called under stage 5 starvation. So once again, this is a kind of really extreme mirroring of stuff we've already seen happen in Palestine at the hands of the Israeli government, when aid was prevented from entering from March until September, like some absolutely ridiculous amount of time. And that was maybe some of the first time that some actual Western newspapers had to or like publications really had to impose some kind of accountability on Israel, because this was such a blatant and flagrant infringement on international law. Like, you cannot starve an entire population of civilians. And obviously, like, they are now their bodies are now going through the same aspects of that. I mean, I think a lot of some of the Palestine Action hunger strikers have been releasing statements and things onto either like the Progressive International or to Prisoners of Palestine. I think I saw one on the Canary UK as well. So there are some smaller social media channels and independent media channels which are able to get out statements directly from the hunger strikers themselves. So I think this is a good resource to go to if you really want to like learn a little bit more about like the individuals themselves, and also about how they see their actions like relating to the movement. I can't quote it verbatim. I would absolutely love to be able to like read you out a carefully curated piece, but I didn't think about that beforehand. But they're really they've really thought through this. Like, this is not a kind of like a frivolous. I guess nobody would do this frivolously. But it really is a cry for life, and in no way like a will for death, which I think is a really, really fundamental misunderstanding in the way that it's kind of like being reported, especially in like legacy media, and then also some of the reactions I'm seeing towards it on social media, which are always like, oh, this is a choice, like da, da, da. And it's like they actually don't have any other choice. Like, if they want to keep resisting, if they want to be having any kind of tangible effect on the ongoing genocide. Like, genocide is ongoing. Ceasefire is absolutely meaningless. Hundreds of Palestinians have died since ceasefire. So there is still a reason to be resisting, to be struggling, if they want to continue with that, which is not against the law. It's not against the law to resist genocide. It's not against the law to peacefully protest. It's not against the law even like to do like a direct action, to be honest with you. So in order to continue doing like what they must do, this is the only option for them, because they're in the custody of the state.
Absolutely. And I think that's why we see that as a common practice also amongst the Palestinian prisoners, right? If there is nothing else to do because you are physically restrained and inside of a prison, then the last thing you can resort to in order to sort of expose and start a dialogue with the oppressor is to go on hunger strike, because you expose their complete disregard and lack of care for your human life, and you force some dialogue on the table, which hasn't happened in this case. I do want to quickly read out their demands.
And then, no, sorry, please.
Yeah, no worries. So I have 5 of them here, which so the first one is end all censorship of their communications coming out of the prison. The second is immediate bail for all of those in prison because of Palestine-related protests. They want a right to a fair trial, including publications of relevant documents around Elbit systems and the British and Israeli state communications. So this is, I guess, in discovery they would reveal some of these documents that they've been compiling. 4, the proscription of the Palestine action and dropping of the terrorism connection attached to activist cases by the Crown Prosecution Service. So in non-British, that basically means the Palestine Action group has been prescribed a terrorist organization, and they want that to end, so that people can show support for them in public. And the last one is to shut down all of UK sites of Elbit Systems and subsidiaries. As you were mentioning, it's not just Elbit Systems. And the last part of that is to have no contracts between Elbit and the British state. Now, these demands all seem to be in line with either the right to fair trial, the right to fair treatment as a prisoner, the right to humane treatment, and the last demands are about the right to about human rights internationally, right, and international law. The UN has now admitted and given advice to member states that they should not support the Israeli military because it is believed that they are participating in a genocide. Not believed, it is it was ruled in the ICJ.
Even at the point where it was plausible genocide, all of the member states had a like they had to act.
Yeah, they had to. At that point, they would have all had to legally. They all legally were supposed to, under international law, cut all military ties with Israel. So, zooming out a bit, why do you think the UK government is so hell bent on protecting their alliance with Israel and not willing to negotiate any of these terms that we just discussed, which are all around human rights, whether internally or externally?
I guess that is a giant geopolitical question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to reference back to the demands really quick before we get onto that one. All of these demands are in line with international law. And it shows that by not meeting with the hunger strikers and not being willing even to like discuss the points, they are in flagrant breach of international law. But we all know the British government doesn't care about international law, just like Donald Trump doesn't care about international law. As he came out and said, like, was in for a press conference yesterday, the only thing that's going to like affect my behavior is my own morals. Like, I don't need international law. I don't observe international law. We're too strong for international law. Basically, he just came out with the might is right. So we've hit fascism, would be my general assessment, which once again, other end of the imperial boomerang, is now on domestic, as we also saw with the shooting in Minneapolis 2 days ago. Why is the UK doing that? Well, money. Like 100%, it's money. The UK's like primary, I guess, global role at the moment, like global. The only thing that maintains global relevance for the UK is that we do a lot of financial services, and mainly based out of sort of like London and the City of London, which are two different things. The City of London is like an autonomous region within the Greater London City, and it's like similar, almost like the Vatican. say, where they have a different set of like tax laws, different set of rules, and this is why it's a massive tax haven. And they basically, I guess, sort of clean the dirty money of like massive conglomerations all across the world. And what is the richest country on earth? It is the US. So I imagine we have far too many financial, maybe like diplomatic, if you look at how kind of embroiled some members of previous British regimes have been with the American and like Israeli regimes via the kind of like the Epstein web. I think, maybe that would be the easiest way to explain. I think we share a lot of members of the Epstein class. That the UK members of the Epstein class and the US members of the Epstein class are like potentially even the same people, based off the fact that they like either have dual heritages or like strong links across the different countries and things like that.
So would I be correct in asserting that really it comes down to the classic two, which is money and power? In this case, money being the financial integration that we have with the US and Israel.
Essentially it's money and power. I mean, as Europe, I guess, not necessarily like loses, I was about to say lose relevance, but then I kind of thought, what does that mean in the global context? Because Trump was kind of posturing the other day, or sort of like talking the other day about this kind of like 3 axes of power or something, where there was like the Western Hemisphere obviously controlled by the US, then you've got like, I guess, the Russian Hemisphere, and like Europe's just within that, and then like the Eastern Hemisphere, which is kind of like you've got Asia and Australia and whatever. But obviously Australia is part of the Anglosphere. So I wonder if, I guess this is the call that the upper echelons of the British government are making right now, completely undemocratically. None of us have been asked whether we personally want to like align with the US or align with, I guess, like Europe and our like geographically closer allies. But then they might have just taken the Brexit vote, which happened in 2016, and most of the people who voted Brexit have died since then. Then maybe they're taking that as like no, we choose not Europe. But realistically, if you were to redo the Brexit vote today, it would be still a very like split vote, but it would be actually maybe not a split vote. I think 74% or something of the UK can admit that Brexit was actually a terrible thing for like not only our economy but our lives in general. But if they redid it today, we wouldn't have Brexited. So
the connection there, I think, is unlikely to be broken because of all the things that you're mentioning here. But one thing that did catch me a bit off guard. I don't follow UK politics super closely. Obviously, during the Brexit era, I was following it quite a bit. We had the whole Labour government under Jeremy Corbyn. I think she has lost connection. Give us 1 second, guys. I'll go back to myself here.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I got a call. It just literally like ended this thing.
No worries. All right, I think you're back on screen, so all good. We'll edit that part out for the video. So
okay, so sorry about that. Sorry, back to Jeremy Corbyn.
We'll just pick off where we left off. We had this Jeremy Corbyn Labour Party, which was quite impressive from a left point of view. It was starting to be very pro-Palestine. I wouldn't say it went far enough, but it was getting there. I can't imagine that a Labour government under Jeremy Corbyn would have allowed for this to happen. Potentially, the Epstein class that you mentioned, and the financial class, would have twisted his arm and essentially forced it to happen. I mean, when he was running for prime minister, they also forced this narrative of him being anti-Semitic in order to stop him from regaining power. So it could be that he would have still been unable to do anything about it, but I don't think he would have. It wouldn't have been out of his own free will, let's say. Now instead, we still have supposedly the Labour Party with Keir Starmer in charge, who is supervising not only the genocide in Gaza, also doing direct intelligence work for Israel over Gaza with Israeli spy planes. But now also engaging in this tyrannical crackdown on the UK population that are sick and tired of having to stick up for the American Israeli genocide.
Oh yeah, he was also out there abducting oil tankers with the US, and the oil tanker was flying under a Russian flag. So I think Keir Starmer was just showing like, this is the side we're going with.
Yeah. So here's a more general question: is what is going on with Keir Starmer, and has he delivered any left-wing policies at all? Because I also don't see it in the economics. So is this just a complete sham of a Labour government? Do they have they delivered any quote-unquote Labour policies in the years that they've been in power now?
Well, look, Labour hasn't been Labour since New Labour. New Labour was set up under Tony Blair, and that was in the late 90s, 2000s kind of era. The problem with Keir Starmer specifically is actually his chief of staff, or his advisor or whatever, this guy called Morgan McSweeney, who it's kind of one of these shadowy figures. There's quite a lot of shadowy figures in British politics because we have this kind of interesting setup where there's a lot of people who are in the internal spheres of a lot of the most, powerful politicians that we have in the country, and yet they are completely unelected. But hold like huge amounts of power within our government, like through the decision-making process because of these like very, very close advisory roles. So Keir Starmer, I just think that he's kind of a blank slate almost, doesn't really have any morals, doesn't really have any convictions, is extremely malleable. And this was picked up by somebody who kind of had a bit of a penchant for, power, and saw him as a great opportunity to build him, because he's a smart man. He's one of the most like at this point actually like decorated human rights lawyers in the UK. Shockingly enough.
Insane
I know
irony.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's fucking mental. But he's a smart man. And Morgan McSweeney and him have had this kind of alliance, I guess, for several years before he actually like kind of rose to power in the Labour Party. The Labour Party has been a sham for a very, very, very long time. Obviously, as a sort of previously explicitly left-wing party, you can imagine that it has been extensively infiltrated by people who are very much counter to any kind of left-wing economic or sort of cultural movement in the UK, like as one of the, I guess, like the primary bastions of capitalism. We can't be having an actual socialist like wing of our government. So that got broken down through successive waves of kind of like factionalism, intentional factionalism. You had in the years of Jeremy Corbyn this left wing, right wing, like left and right of the Labour Party. Morgan McSweeney and his clique, Labour Friends of Israel, were very much positioned as the right wing of Labour Party, and then Jeremy Corbyn and his clique, because he does have a clique, containing this woman called Carrie Murphy, her husband Len McCluskey. Gosh, they all have M last names. Sometimes I forget the other ones. I think we can call them the four M's. She also has this little clique who are extremely like powerful within the Labour movement and within the union movement. In England, but have been doing things like, I don't know if I'm even actually allowed to say this on. Actually, it doesn't matter. But taking out super injunctions and things, which is a special type of injunction in the UK, which basically means that you can't talk about it, to prevent the press from being able to talk about their marriage. So like Len McCluskey and Carrie Murphy. And from some of the investigative journalism I've read around this topic, he used funds from Unite the Union, which is the biggest union and also Labour's biggest union donor in the UK, to pay for the legal costs. So I'm not really out here trying to say that like the Labour Party ever or like at least in my lifetime has like truly represented a left-wing movement within the UK, but there's a lot of people in the UK who did think that, and they have been Labour card holders for their whole lives, and so many people have become so disillusioned during Starmer's government specifically. that's why we've seen this huge migration of people towards the Greens, because there is, like, the UK is actually a left-wing country. Like, the way that our political system has been kind of like designed around us is to prevent any sort of like proper left-wing momentum from being able to gather in like a single party, where that party would have, you know, majority in the House of Commons, and then they would be able to like force through whatever socialist policies they wanted. Like, the British people, if you actually kind of get all of the votes together, if we have proportional representation, which we do not, we have this thing called first past the post, which is like just basically saying like, oh, the biggest party, once you get to the minimum number of seats you could have to have a controlling thing, you're now the party who's in government. It prevents you from having so many like hung parliaments or like coalitions and things, because they want to get stuff done. But it doesn't really work when you have multi-party politics. It only works if you have two-party politics. When we're now in a multi-party politic era, so someone's going to sort that out soon. But yeah, so because of the way that British politics has honestly been designed to prevent the left-wing majority from being able to have their political will met by the government. It's a very messy situation, but this year is different to like any other year that I've seen before in British politics, for real. Because the two-party system has broken down this year. Now we have the Greens, we have and even your party sometimes polling higher than our kind of like legacy parties, the Conservatives or the Tories, and Labour, who have basically ruled for the last, was it like 100, 125 years or something? It's so crazy.
Yeah, I think it's very clear then, to summarize, that the Labour government and this Labour Party is now has now been outed as a sham. And right before that, the Tory government and Tory party was also outed as a sham. So it looks like the right wing is completely done with the center right, and that's bad news for some of us trying to stop fascism from taking over. And it looks like the left wing is now finally completely done with the Labour Party, because, as I said, from my point of view, I haven't seen them deliver a single left.
I've got one.
Okay.
Two-child benefit cap. So for years and years and years, for some reason, we've been having to like campaign our Labour Party to try and, to take away the cap on benefits if you have more than two children. So this was artificially, like by a pure policy decision, well, most stuff is policy decisions, keeping like 300 to like 500,000 children in poverty in the UK. And just at the last budget, Rachel Reeves removed the two-child benefit cap. So now if you have more than two children, then you will still get like child like benefits for those children, so they can eat. Like that's the one policy that I can actually think like, okay, yeah, they did do that.
Yeah, okay.
But it's a concession. It doesn't mean anything. Like it does obviously mean a lot to the children who are now being fed, but too little, too late.
No, and I think in the middle of the all the austerity cuts and just their complete lack of care for their own population's human rights or people abroad, it falls a bit flat. And just to add one point from my side here, I think it's very dangerous, because all of these center-right voters or even center-left voters who are now disillusioned with both the center-left and center-right, we need to be able to get them back into the movement. And if the biggest representative of the left is a Labour Party that has abandoned any social policy that will better the lives of their people, and instead choose to spend their budgets on imperialism and on supporting Trump when he invades Venezuela and on supporting the genocide in Gaza, then it is obvious that these people will fall for the trap of the alt-right, just like we've seen here in the Netherlands. When looking through all of the policy proposals that we had from the different political parties in the Netherlands, we just had elections a few months ago. When looking through
Congratulations.
when I was looking through those policy proposals, it was incredible for me to see that Geert Wilders' far-right party, apart from the fact that he wants to use the military to kind of form this Gestapo ICE force, kind of like they have in America, apart from that point, his policies were far more aligned with left social ideas than even the center-right or center-left. These two, and I know that they never follow through on these policies, and I know that it's a sham, but this sham will work because people are looking
I,
for
I've
an
had it to
alternative.
say with Mette Frederiksen's party, is it the Social Democrats in
Yeah,
Denmark? But
yeah,
they're
she's
also like socialists for the like that's domestically socialist, and then
yeah,
just like fascist when it comes to
yeah, exactly.
borders.
Exactly, and that's the same in the Netherlands, right? You have the center left and center right party both saying that we need to do
It's
austerity.
almost like the National Socialists or something.
Yeah, exactly. And that's across all of Europe, right? You see the same trends
Are
from the
we
center
falling for
party.
this shit again?
Yeah,
Like, I'm so fucking done with you.
yeah.
Like,
So
what are we doing?
we do need a strong alternative. Otherwise, we will lose these people, right? And they'll start to vote for these
Yeah.
more far right parties. So on that note, and you did mention the Greens and the Your Party, I think it's still called. So I wanted to ask how is that going? Because I saw that Your Party had a lot of infighting recently. Now I haven't heard from them for like a month, so I don't know if that's because it's getting better. And then I saw Greens coming up as a stronger alternative. What's your view on it?
Yeah, so this was kind of a situation that coalesced, I guess, yeah, in the autumn this year, where we had Your Party, we had the Your Party conference, the first Your Party conference. Now, like, I'm just gonna give like a little bit of backstory on Your Party, I guess, just for in case like your viewers don't have any, like, don't know what it is. But there was a couple of Labour politicians, including someone called Zara Sultana, who is not she's an icon. I love Zara Sultana. She's the MP for Coventry South, which is like a very diverse area in the UK. She is of, I think, South Asian heritage, and she is extremely like strongly spoken. She's like really out there to fight for her constituents, and like her constituents is a diverse group of people, and she consistently, you know, speaks up for the oppressed. She has been really consistent on like the hunger strikers. She's been supporting them. She's been outside the prisons. She has been calling for ambulances. She's been really leveraging her privilege for the liberation of all peoples, and like understanding the responsibility that comes with this level of privilege. So I can't really fault Zara Sultana, and like I'll come to that a little bit later when I talk a little bit about the kind of infighting at the top of Your Party, because I find it so difficult to like shit on people for doing stuff that I would definitely do.
Right.
Okay, just to, like, jump to that story. So basically no, actually, it is better to stick with what Your Party is first. So we've got a couple of Labour politicians that were actually purged from the Labour Party by Keir Starmer. So over his kind of first and second years in as leader of the Labour Party, he was just purging like the left-wing members of the Labour Party. Anybody who was, they've got this thing in the British Parliament called the whip, and like there's a whip for each party, and the whip's job is to basically like get everybody in that party to vote the same, which doesn't really seem very democratic to me, but that's the situation there. So she was having her whip taken away from her, which means you can't vote in Parliament anymore for voting in ways that Keir Starmer or the leadership of the Labour Party, which definitely included Morgan McSweeney, didn't like. So eventually a couple of other members and her defected from the Labour Party. And also in our last election, we had a huge uptick in people being elected in their constituencies as an independent, meaning they're not actually connected to any formal party structure, and they led their own campaign. And a lot of those people weren't on platforms of like pro-Palestine, because they didn't really have a pro-Palestinian candidate in their area, and people were just like, well, I'm not voting for Labour because you guys like are complicit in genocide. So it was a great opportunity for.
And I think Jeremy Corbyn was one of those running as an independent all of a sudden, right?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, he's been running as an independent since he was ousted from the leadership of the Labour Party over the anti-Semitism scandals, and then obviously also lost an election like in the midst of all of that. But since he's been ousted as leader of the Labour Party, he was also kind of like expelled from the Labour Party. So then he has been running as independent and successfully running as independent. He's very well liked within his constituency, Islington, I think, in London. He's been that constituency's MP for like many years. He doesn't really have a problem there. But then, so Your Party we were told initially that it was set up by Zara Sultana and Jeremy Corbyn and the Independents, and that they weren't going to necessarily be the leaders, but they were going to be the steerers. And eventually the party was going to be a real grassroots, community-led, like from the ground, workers' party, explicitly socialist, explicitly anti-imperial, explicitly anti-capitalist,
right.
like explicitly a liberation movement for the working class, essentially.
Yeah.
Since then, I've done a little bit of looking into it, and it does seem like the idea of this like extra super left-wing party in the UK was actually incepted by one of this clique, which has been around Jeremy Corbyn for at least since 2015, since Jeremy Corbyn lost the election.
Yeah.
And it seems like this woman, Carrie Murphy, had been kind of incepting this idea for a while to have a super left-wing party, and I think it was called like We Are Community or something. But yeah, so there's a paper trail of a party being set up even before your party. With a very, very similar kind of like, I guess, like manifesto, or we didn't really have a manifesto for a long time. So I was there through the whole foundational process of your party. It was super, super interesting, super exciting. Most people in the UK have not really seen the founding of a new party. So when the kind of initial statements were coming out from like Zara and Jeremy, and it was all a little bit off kilter, kind of like sometimes one person would say one thing, another person would say another thing, and it got quite quickly inflated into this sort of like, oh, they're infighting, like there's issues like at the top of the party, and like nobody knows like sort of who's doing what, who's doing this and whatever, and then its emanation into the real world like came kind of in two parts, I would say. The first part was the payment portal scandal, I guess, where after the launch of the party, a sign-up portal was put out. So 800,000 people signed up to be members of your party, which is actually incredible. Like that's almost 1 million people off a party which didn't even have a set name, and it was
sorry, but that just shows the hunger that people have to replace the Labour Party with something real, right? So yeah, personally, I am very disappointed that then we see what I think what you're about to describe now, this sort of infighting or even possibly infiltration, trying to water down this explicitly left party. But yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, but I think like that's kind of the worst part of it, because I've been trying to really find like, is there somebody who is like culpable for this? Is there somebody who I can say like, this is a rat, and this person doesn't want there to be a like flourishing left-wing movement in the UK, and I can't find one.
Yeah.
Like
then it might just be genuine incompetence, which I think is also unforgivable in a time like
genuine
this.
Incompetence or like power hunger, which isn't necessarily like right wing power hunger. Like they're still coming at it from a leftist perspective, I guess. Like these are still people who like very much believe in the institution of unions. Like they're like, it's this kind of, I don't even know what to describe it as, but it's like it's the power hunger, it's the will to like dominate, it's this like hierarchical, it's this like I guess thinking different rules apply to you, and different rule, like some are more equal than others, like this kind of sentiment is really what's like at blame to be blamed on this like clique around Jeremy Corbyn, because I really don't want to say bad things about Jeremy Corbyn as a Brit. Like he's really been a bastion of hope for me for like many years, and I think that he's a very principled man. He has been like involved in liberation movements like throughout his entire political career. He's been like pro-Palestinian the entire time. So I don't think that like I can, and like he's, you know, he to this day is still in Parliament, like bringing up things which nobody else wants to talk about, and like fighting for the most vulnerable people. So he's, and like I said, he's very well liked in his constituency. So he is a good politician. He's an excellent politician. But I do think that he's coming, because of his previous experience in the Labour Party and because of this clique around him in the Labour Party, they've brought a lot of like bad Labour juju, with them. This kind of like legacy politics, I guess. this factional like smearing and
Yeah,
infighting.
I guess also like almost some sort of defensive superstition, right? That as soon as somebody else tries to take power or control you, you get, I guess, flashbacks to all the betrayal and influence that you've had to deal with in the Labour Party.
Yeah, exactly. The poor guy's probably so traumatized.
Yeah.
He's probably so traumatized.
Yeah, I can
from like
imagine.
years in the British press and like
Yeah.
in the Labour Party and like poor
Then do
man.
you think the Green Party is a good alternative, or are you still holding out hope for your party?
I actually like. I think that people are like getting a bit complacent here. Like we have two left-wing options now in
Right.
the UK. Like I cannot turn around and see that as a bad outcome of this, because I've struggled for multiple elections. Like who the fuck am I going to vote for, because I don't feel like anybody actually represents my values.
Right.
So we have two options. Like I just feel like people are a bit complacent. Like come on, guys. You've got like militant left wing, and we've got like I guess like soft left wing. Like pick a choice.
Yeah. But the issue is, because of that first past the post voting system, right? You would have to consolidate it into one party. So I have a sense that you don't want to necessarily pick a side here, but
We've got 4 years.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on what's happening.
All right, then I'll leave it there for now. But I do think it would be interesting to figure out which direction that is going before the eventual elections do come around. Yeah.
Can I just really quickly segue back onto the second? I'll be super quick with it. I'm really sorry.
No
just about your party infighting, because the second one was actually much bigger than the first. So the first one was Zara launched a payment portal, and then Jeremy Corbyn was like, that's not the official payment portal, and then everyone lost trust, because you can't be fumbling around with people's cash. Like at the end of the day, we live in capitalism. That's like a little aspect of people's selves. They don't want you to fuck around with it, which is fair enough. Like I'd already paid, and I was like, well, that's annoying. Like, but it did all work out in the end. I didn't have to pay twice, whatever. I still got my Your Party membership, which is worth it, because I wanted to see like what was going on in the app and everything. They have an app. They're doing like direct democracy. So at the conferences, you could like vote on the individual.
That's very interesting. Actually, I'm a big fan of direct democracy. So I'll look into that. Actually, I think that's quite interesting. Yeah.
No, it's super cool, and they have obviously like they're updating you when there are like new votes and things that you can vote on. So it's nice to have everything contained into an app, and this is something I've wanted to see in the political system for a very long time. So I was super happy to see like somebody trying it at least. But the second thing was at the party conference. Some people who had tickets to the conference, who were part of the Socialist Workers' Party, were expelled from the conference, and absolutely nobody at the time knew who was expelling people. But through a little bit of like, I don't know, just like sleuthing, and honestly just like watching as much content about the conference as I possibly could. I was in Sweden at the time when it was happening. It turned out that it was Carrie Murphy. It was Carrie Murphy. It was like Jeremy Corbyn's, I guess, like advisor, right-hand lady. I think she was previous chief of staff, and she had been telling the security teams at the conference to remove individual members of the Socialist Workers' Party with no justification, having expelled them via email the night before from the official email account, but not having like left her name on it, so done it anonymously. And then at that point, when Zara found out like about people being expelled and these emails being sent and whatever, then she boycotted the first day of conference, and everyone was like, oh my God, she's such a brat. Why is she boycotting the first day of conference? And I was like, I boycott the first day of conference, because then it drummed up really good news coverage on a conference which otherwise might have actually like not really got that much news coverage. And the point is, they're trying to build a movement so that like really like any publicity is good publicity. So I kind of get it from a PR perspective. But sorry, that was the second sort of big debacle which like spooked everyone about your party. I'm just sticking around to see what goes down in these 4 years.
Yeah, it will definitely be interesting where the left goes in the UK. I hope your party can figure it out. As you said, it's nice to have two options rather than none. And I see
Green Party's looking good. Green Party's looking good.
Yeah, no, I see some clips from them, and I'm quite impressed. And even my mom was telling me about them. So
Yeah.
they
Oh my
must be.
God, what? They made
Yeah,
it to the Netherlands?
yeah. So they must be doing something right if it's reaching that far.
Yeah, for sure. Like Zach Polansky is a super interesting guy and like like a really, really incredible orator because before he was a politician, he was in something called Theatre of the Oppressed,
Hmm.
like based off Pedagogy of the Oppressed by that is it Brazilian writer like oh my God, I've forgotten his name again. This is going to be my downfall for this stuff. I cannot for the life of me remember names.
No,
Like
I mean, I'm also out of my depth, so I have no idea who that would be.
no, it's like a very well known. If I wasn't on my phone right now, I would be googling pedagogy of the oppressed. But
Yeah.
basically, the theater of the oppressed is where you just get a theater troupe together, I guess, and then you do these like improvisational revolutions. So you role play the revolution and like how you'd do it, how you would like advocate for yourself and blah 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 blah. And you kind of like role play it all out. So you get to the end and like if the revolution didn't happen properly, then you like go back and then you redo everything.
Okay.
And like learn kind of like through repetition and through like experience like how like different groups would function and like I don't know, like I don't really understand what it is either. I just like read summaries about it because it just sounded interesting, but I wondered how he became such an incredible orator.
Yeah. His name is Pablo Freire, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I managed to find him. Yeah, so I hope maybe he, the leader of the Greens is able to get some momentum.
Yeah, it's cool.
I did want to touch on before we end here the bigger picture around Europe. So obviously, Keir Starmer seems to be throwing the towel in with the Americans. That seems to be the side that he wants to be on. But just this morning, I woke up to both the Danish Prime Minister and Trump saying very clearly that they both want control of Greenland and that they will both use the military to.
Oh my God, what are you guys gonna do? Sorry, what's the plug on the situation inside Denmark on this?
Ooh, so
I'm actually like really
the
curious.
Danish foreign minister, the defense minister came out and said that the doctrine left over from the Cold War is still in place, which means that he basically said that Danish troops need to shoot and ask questions later. If anyone invades Greenland, they should attack them without waiting for a war of declaration or a declaration of war.
Yeah,
or
no,
any...
sometimes I laugh when like the situation's
no,
really bad.
no, it's perfectly, it's insane, right? Because he's issuing this declaration as a statement to.
I didn't think you guys were gonna back down, honestly. Like
yeah, no, I thought
like,
I thought we were
I
gonna...
live in Gothenburg, and this entire city is literally just designed to like keep you guys out. Like
yeah, no, I thought we were going to hand over Greenland without a fight, but it sounds like the Danes are quite serious about this.
Like they're channeling the Vikings, like
yeah, and the Americans at the same time have gone ahead, or Trump at the same time said that he will acquire Greenland, or annex, I guess, Greenland, whether it's the easy way or not, or the hard way. Essentially saying that if we don't get it for free or through a deal, then we're going to use the military. So with this divide finally forming between the US and Europe, which in my opinion is
honestly, I'm
coming
kind of glad to see it.
Yeah.
I think it needed to happen.
Which side, if there is a conflict or if there is an escalation, which side of that conflict do you think the UK would end up falling under? Especially under this Keir Starmer led government.
Yeah, under a Keir Starmer-led government, I think almost certainly aligned with the US. I have seen some recent moves to like, I guess, undo some of the damage of Brexit, but they're all like, I guess, cultural and economic. So like they're restarting Erasmus, I think they're doing some kind of, what was the one I read the other day? And I just thought that is so exactly what Brexit was like. It's the opposite of what they wanted. It was about some kind of import regulations or something. And the UK was entering into like a trade agreement with Europe where they don't get to vote anymore on the on the requirements or like on whatever the whatever the requirements are to like trade across the border. The UK is agreeing that they will abide by the requirements, but they will have no voting rights on it.
Yeah,
because they're not part of the EU anymore.
So basically entering Norway territory.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they can establish a relationship more similar to Norway or like Switzerland or something, I'd be very happy about that. It's more like the freedom of movement, which I think like has actually been the biggest, like, well, one of the biggest. Well, it's been the one that's affected me the most, and then certainly affects, you know, people's understanding of reality genuinely. Because if you don't have the option, you don't see the world as somewhere which is like a safe place, somewhere where you can go, somewhere where you can experience, somewhere where you can change your perspective on like the life that you've grown up in or the country that you've grown up in, where you can really go out there and meet other people who are living different lives in different ways. And obviously Europe is the closest landmass to us. So it's just so like counterintuitive for like the development of the individuals of all the nations that they would be able to travel with the closest countries.
Yeah, but going back maybe to where we started at the start of the conversation, I think if we look at all the actions of the UK and the fact that a lot of these players that have unofficial or even official power in the UK that are not democratically elected but are just elites in the classic sense of the word, potentially even in the Epstein class, as I like to call them, and the fact that the economy in the UK is almost entirely based on financial services that are tied to the American stock market and the money of the same class. Do you think that then the calculation is that in order to protect our economy and whatever little regional power we have left, we're gonna go for supporting the U.S. in any eventual conflict between the U.S. and Europe?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely, it's giving dying empire vibes. It's giving, trying to like grip onto the last like semblance of like power or influence. And yeah, I do think the decision would be largely financial. I cannot speak on what it would be like, say, if we did have a if the Green Party, for example, became, if Zach Plansky was prime minister, because I think he has some interesting views towards Donald Trump. I think he said that he will like engage with world leaders from like a diplomatic perspective, because it would be like, I guess, suicidal in your job to not do that as a head of state, but is not interested in kind of like collaborating with them on any in any other capacity other than what is absolutely necessary for diplomacy, which I think he's doubling down on harder and harder and harder as 2026 has gone on with Trump, which from a normal human perspective, let's just leave out the situation of these like world leaders or whatever. It's totally normal to not want to have to deal with a pedophile. Like to not want to have like a criminal who has been convicted multiple times, who was like almost certainly involved in child trafficking and like all of these like absolutely deplorable things. It's okay to not want to associate with people like that, but then also to understand that like in one of these roles, like as a head of state, sometimes you have to engage, but I don't think that he would that he would be trying to position the UK as even like harder of an ally of the US, for sure. And he also seems to be quite a lot more open to like fostering relationships with like Europe, which geographically makes so much more sense.
Of course. So with a different government, it might turn different.
I think with a different government, we could see like different moves on the world stage, but at the moment, understand.
Last question for you here. So if we assume that Keir Starmer is serious about joining this new American-led alliance, which I don't know who else might fall into that alliance. Some speculation is going around that Putin traded Venezuela for Ukraine with Trump. I'm not saying that's the case, but things are changing definitely. And if NATO dissolves, there will be a need for new alliances. What do you think would be Keir Starmer's red line in terms of turning against the United States and Israel? Because it seems like these three are definitely in a pact. For example, would the selling out of Ukraine, would the handing over of Ukraine to Russia, would that be a red line for Keir Starmer, do you think?
It's a tough one because he's such a little rat. Honestly, who fucking knows at this point? So yeah, sorry, excuse my French. I think actually the red line would. Oh, I was about to call Ukraine not a European country, but it's not in the EU, is it?
No, it's not in the EU. No.
Yeah, I think from some of the statements of the like political figures like at the top of the UK government, it does seem that like Greenland, so like European territory, is a red line for them. I think that as far as selling out Ukraine to Russia, it could be like maybe like rhetorically positioned as something different, like some other kind of like sale was happening, like, oh, it's not actually going to Russia, it's going to a private state-owned Russian firm. Like I think there would be a way of positioning that to not only the people but to like the heads of state, that it's not so like cut and dry, black and white, we're selling out Ukraine to Russia.
Yeah.
And that could potentially be like absolved, because I think like
Right. Because I mean,
yeah, 'cause
Keir Starmer and his European allies, which may no longer be an ally, but they've been very, very focused on this Ukraine issue, right?
he's been creeping on like, I don't know, Meta Friedrichsen for a while. Like
Yeah.
he's been having dealings with a lot of like European leaders. So I think
Yeah.
he's still playing the field.
Yeah, but as you said, they might. I don't know if they actually have genuine care for the people of Ukraine.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely not. Like if they
yeah.
don't care about their own citizens in the prisons, if they don't care about
Yeah.
their own citizens like protesting on the street, if they don't care about, I don't know, their own citizens who are like working in UNRWA in
Right.
Palestine getting like marked also, then why would they care about Ukrainians, really?
Yeah. So it could be, as you said, that they reach some sort of agreement where it doesn't look that bad for Keir Starmer in terms of just flipping completely on this narrative. But in some way they are, let's say in a more sneaky way, they do manage to sell out Ukraine.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely selling out Ukraine. I mean, this is all about resources in the first place. Like Ukraine has the largest what's it, natural gas, and
they have a lot of gas, and they
a lot
also
of gas,
have
a lot of
these,
oil, heavy earth metals in that. It used to be an ocean or something, so then it's all just like sedimented into the, like extremely like rare and lucrative resources.
Definitely, yeah. And I think this is a hard lesson for Ukraine, but a lot of countries have learned this lesson, that being allies with countries that are so comfortable with violating international law, flipping narratives, saying one thing here, saying the complete opposite in another situation, and now of course genocide in Gaza. Being allies with such countries is very dangerous, right? You can lose that ally and turn it into an enemy very quickly.
Sure.
Especially
you have to watch what they're doing on the world stage. Like anything they're doing to another country, they could do to you. Like you're not special, and this applies at all levels. It applies from the micro to the macro. It applies on the state level. It applies on the individual level. Like whenever you look at an authority figure or like source or government, whatever they're willing to do to someone, they're also willing to do to you. And like we can't be lulled into this false sense of security, like, oh, because I have this passport, because my skin's this color, like I'm sick. No, like look at what just happened in the US.
Yeah, for sure. All right. I think we're gonna leave it there. It's been a fantastic discussion. I believe
I really enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit over an hour. So thanks for your time. I hope you can get some rest after the travels.
Yeah, me too.
And good luck becoming a European again.
Yeah,
and I hope you manage to do it before we all become American.
yeah, this is so true. Yeah, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you so much for this chat. Like it's been genuinely so lovely to like chat to you, and I also like I'm a big fan of your content. I really love the topics that you drill down on.
Yeah. No, thank you. And we'll be live streaming more here. It's been going very well on Instagram, but hopefully we get some more people joining her on YouTube eventually. And let's see if something develops, and then maybe we'll talk again on another broadcast.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Take care, and see you hopefully.
Yeah. See you.
Bye. All right. That was Phoebe O'Brien from Dr. Phoebe O'Brien, and she has been following, as I said, very closely the case of the Palestine Action prisoners. So if you're interested in that, please go and drop a follow on her Instagram. And with that said, the first segment is concluded, and I will go back to a bit of live streaming here. I see some messages here in the chat from our usual suspects, Stichting Handala. Why do Netanyahu and Trump consistently end up sounding like stereotypical Hollywood mafia goons? We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Yeah, I think it's because they're like, you forget, but Trump is very much part of this like TV mania 90s. He's a reality star, he likes the show. He's a showman. He's a con man as well, but he's first and foremost, I think, a showman. Like the other day we're watching. I was watching with a friend just one of Trump's speeches. This friend is not very political, and they just said like, "Wait a second, why is he so goddamn orange? Like, what is he? what spray tan is he wearing?" And I know that this is a joke from 10 years ago, but we forget like it's actually not normal to have a man be that orange. So every morning he wakes up and he puts on this insane makeup. Like if you saw your friend who is pale and old, if your grandpa who is 80 years old and completely pale, right? Like a normal white man, like in his natural complexion, if you saw that man wake up and put on the amount of fake tan spray that Donald Trump has to use to achieve that color, you would go, "What the fuck are you doing, Grandpa? It's time for the home. It's time to to get you to the nursing home. This is crazy. We can't have this in our yard." Sorry, that was just. Yeah, no, he's a showman. That's why he talks like this. Another message here saying we saw what happens when the UK loses imperial blessings when Liz Truss was prime minister. Ooh, that's a good point. I don't know enough to respond to this, unfortunately, but yeah, I know it's not the first time that the UK is going through an identity crisis because of their waning power on the global stage. But yeah, very very interesting, and that's gonna be a traitor to look out for as a European. It could be that the UK are so confident in themselves that they don't think they need Europe, and are comfortable defending themselves from any aggressor, whether it's coming from west or east. Having Europe sort of be as a buffer state on both sides, right? With Greenland on one side and mainland Europe on the other side, protecting them from Russia and the US. It could be that the UK says, you know what, we're going to partner with whatever power is the strongest. We're going to be neutral towards Europe, but we're definitely not going to come help you. Yeah, I guess we'll see soon with Greenland coming back what they're going to do. Yeah, I see a few people, by the way, dropping into the chat, so or to the live stream. So make sure to drop a message, say what's up. Otherwise, I think we're ready to just jump into the next segment. Yeah, annexed. You're right, Mr. Chatter. Let me quickly. I wanted to find one video before we start the next segment, because I thought it was quite genius. It's this FBI video. It's the video of the director of the CIA, who on Fox News just blatantly admits that they have overthrown elections in in Europe before. I'm gonna play you the clip before we get into this next segment. I'm just trying to find it here. Yeah, I wonder if we also need the Greenland clip that I. Okay, I have the clip here, so you guys can have a look at that while we get ready.
Woolsey, Jim, it's great to have you on. Thanks for being here tonight. Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe in 47.
I think this video might get claimed because it has Gigante del Monte in the back, which is a Latino song. So I am quickly gonna search for the original on YouTube before we start, just because I am a bit worried about that clip there. I think it's called FBI Director on Fox News laughs about meddling in European elections or something like that. Let's see if it comes up. No, it's always a clip that's so hard to find because they obviously they don't want you to look at this. Maybe what I can do is the description doesn't really work. I'm gonna do one more search, guys, and then hopefully we get our clips in order. Here we go. I found it. So yeah, let me show you this clip before we start. I am so. This clip is one of my favorites. Yeah, just have a look and then we'll discuss.
It may not have affected the outcome of the 2016 election, but the Russians were able to pull off a wide-ranging, aggressive, and brazen attempt to interfere in the campaign.
I think it starts over here.
Economically, and then what?
We need to turn them around because they are taking over even with their military and other.
So this is the ex-CIA director, by the way, of the Americans, and just have a listen what he says when the Fox News host asks if they have ever done coups or interfered in elections in Europe.
Their inadequacies. They are taking over a lot more of Eurasia than they should, and it gives them heart as they take more and more under their wing.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians, we
don't do that now, though? We don't mess around other people's elections, Joe?
Only for a very good cause.
Can you do that? Do a Vine video on a former CIA director.
Only for a very.
Yeah, so this is a very old clip, 7 years ago, but an absolute beauty. The ex-CIA director laughing because he's asked if they interfere with European elections, and he says, of course we do. Whenever there's a communist or leftist running in a European election, we just get rid of them. You know, we don't need their democracy to start coming with all sorts of anti-US ideals, anti-capitalist ideas, and that's how they overthrow us. So we're gonna use this clip when discussing the Venezuela topic, because, and I think also the Greenland topic. I'm gonna keep it there. In the back, I have some other clips here that we can go through eventually. Let me just close what we don't need anymore. And we want to check if I am running out of storage. I hope I am not. Because then I will have to free something up. No, that's fine. Okay, so we should be good to go for the next segment here. We're going to be discussing Venezuela next. Yeah, quite an interesting topic. So yeah, let me get into it. The United States President, the Orange Man, Donald Trump, has invaded Venezuela and has kidnapped the president, Nicolas Maduro. The death toll was 100 on the Venezuelan side and 0 on the American side. And after his kidnapping, the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, took power, which is very suspicious because in this operation, we only saw 2 political leaders kidnapped, right? Nicolas Maduro and his wife, while the rest of the political establishment in Venezuela was kept untouched. And no American casualties also signals a giant red flag for me in terms of there potentially being some internal betrayal. So we're going to look into all of that and also go into a little bit of the history behind Venezuela and what could happen next. You're watching the Eurozone broadcast. If you're watching live, feel free to drop some questions as we go along, or even push back. I'm sure we're going to get into some sensitive leftist topics where a lot of infighting starts to take place. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. We do live streams every Saturday, so feel free to drop by. Now, the reason, I think the most interesting point we can start at is this idea of an internal betrayal. Reason being that something looks completely off in this invasion by the Americans. Let's see here. There's one question already. Probably with the threat of full-blown violence as the alternative. Yeah. So we'll get into that. What are the options, as this chatter is saying, that was given to the Venezuelans? It could be that Maduro, for example, decided to avoid a full-blown conflict, and therefore gave himself up, essentially. But here are the facts that I think show without a doubt that something is completely off, something is wrong, and the official story that was given to us by Donald Trump makes no sense. First fact being, not one American casualty. Not one American was died in combat, and not one helicopter was downed by the Venezuelans. And in fact, the Americans lost none of their tech. So not one soldier, not one piece of equipment. Venezuelan troops were at home because of New Year's leave. This this one to me is almost like the, Jeffrey Epstein died and the cameras happened to be turned off. That's crazy. I'm sorry, what? So you're telling me Nicolas Maduro was handing out thousands of weapons to the militias, to his militiamen, right, to the civilians of Venezuela, and he said that if the Americans come, I will declare a country in arms, which means that every man, woman, and child basically goes from being a civilian to a combatant, and will resist this invasion. Now, going from that, by the way, to already they already had a lot of warning shots being fired, right, at the boats that were leaving Venezuela, the oil tankers being seized by the Americans. The Americans had a whole fleet of ships waiting at the coast of Venezuela, and you're telling me that Nicolas Maduro, who was well aware and was seemingly doing preparations, did not think about canceling the annual New Year's leave of all the soldiers? I mean, there's one case where one of the biggest military bases in Venezuela was bombed, and there was only 2 casualties on the Venezuelan side. I am not celebrating, that. I'm not saying that more people should have died, obviously. I'm just saying that it's very suspicious that one of the biggest military bases only had 2 people inside who then unfortunately died because of these American strikes. So something is very fishy. And I've seen a lot of people say that, okay, but that's because the Venezuelan military is very weak. It's very, in the end of the day, it is an impoverished country because of American sanctions. And they simply had no capabilities of shooting down any American helicopters. But that is not true. And so I'm gonna show you here exactly what I mean. So if we take a look here, this is just Wikipedia, but I like to use it for military statistics. This is the arsenal that the Bolivarian military, so the Venezuelan military, have to their disposal in the air forces. They have 3 F-16 fighting Falcons from the United States. These are pretty intense fighting planes, by the way. And then they have 14 Russian Sukhoi Su-30, and they have some other planes here that are more transport and tanker and so on. But still, not one of these aircrafts were deployed to protect their president. Any one of these aircrafts could easily shoot down a helicopter, by the way. There is a massive leap between helicopter and an F-16, right? I see one chat saying, pretty sure they didn't get any spare parts for those F-16s. Yeah, look, these were given a long time ago, as you can see, 1982. But the Russian flights could still work. And so there is an argument here that maybe these planes were just for show and they don't actually work. However, you don't need to have an airplane to shoot down a helicopter, right? This is the full list of things that of the artillery and so on, all the equipment that the Venezuelan military has. And very interesting, apart from the aircraft, helicopters, air defense. Here we go. This is the air defense systems that the Venezuelans had at their disposal and as part of the military. And by the way, although it is an impoverished country, it is one of the most militarized countries in Latin America, right? They have 4 million active militia men and women, okay? And that's not even counting the military. So outside of the military, they have 4 million civilians that have weapons. who are part of the Bolivarian militias. And now I'm gonna show you what they actually have in the military for air defense. And if you look here, first and foremost, 12 S-300s, which are long-range surface-to-air missiles, Russian-made. These are the same ones that Russia is using right now against Ukraine, by the way. Again, against an F-16 or a fighter jet, perhaps it could be that you cannot hit it with one of these, simply because the fighter jet is too fast, or because your radar systems were disabled, as the Americans are saying they did. But against a helicopter, you could easily use some of these weapons. Even if, for whatever reason, let's say all of these surface-to-air long and medium-range weapons were out of service, they have, like any other military on Earth, thousands of handheld devices that shoot missiles surface-to-air to protect against an attack from the air, right? An attack from the skies. These not very hard to acquire. These are quite common amongst military, and what I've seen is that they have at least 4,000 of these in the Venezuelan military. So any one person could have picked up one of these rockets and shot them directly at the helicopters, because again, the helicopters move quite slow. So it's not like you're shooting a jet that's flying by, and the helicopters had to land in Caracas and around Caracas in order to take out President Maduro. And you're telling me that not a single soldier attempted to shoot them down? This is near impossible. It's not like the American strikes were so mortifying, like we saw in Iraq with the shock and awe, that they destroyed the entire city. They only went after a few locations where these long-range missiles were, and then bombed the main military base in Caracas before moving to the presidential palace where Nicolás Maduro was stationed. So the likelihood that the Venezuelan army fought back in full fury, for me, is zero. It's simply not possible. So one thing is for sure, the Venezuelan military did not respond to this invasion with what they could have. It was not a real fight. Okay, and out of that, there's a lot of possibilities for why. I'm not going to pretend like I know why that is the case, but I do see 4 different possibilities. I think it would be good just to quickly review this video from Bad Empanada before we get into the 4 possibilities. And as you'll see, he shares the same view that it is very, it would be foolish to, at this point, say with confidence what exactly happened. He did upload another video just yesterday, and again he said that we have more questions than answers. So let's quickly watch this video. I think it just recaps what I said quite nicely and also provides some ground footage of the situation.
With the coming of Hugo Chavez. Well, it seems that now they may be getting that. Now take everything from this point onwards as very preliminary, as something of a speculation, because I don't know what happened yet. You don't know what happened yet. No one really understands what exactly has happened yet. The dust is still clearing. We don't know if more is going to happen. There is no clear evidence as I film this regarding the extent of the damage done, regarding how many people have died and whether they were military members or civilians. The Americans have claimed that no Americans died, and in fact there was only minor injuries and only one helicopter received minor damage, which sounds very suspicious, doesn't it? So I'm sure you've seen a lot of the footage that's been circulating of American helicopters just sort of flying around Caracas with free rein, with very little return fire against them, barely even any small arms fire being heard in the background. It all kind of reeks, and it especially reeks because of something that Trump said. Trump said that the vice president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, is willing to work with the US. Trump said that she had expressed her willingness to do whatever the US asks. Trump also said regarding the opposition, the Venezuelan opposition, who up until now he seemed to have been supporting, that he's basically not going to make them leaders. He said about Maria Corina Machado, the recent Nobel Prize winner, by the way, that it would be very tough for her to be the leader, and that he hasn't spoken to her, and that though she's a very nice woman, she doesn't...
Sorry, I had to pause. For the right-wing people in South America, you fell for it again. Like, I'm sorry, it's just hilarious. Like, all of these people that thought that Trump was going to be your savior and was going to replace the communist regime of Nicolas Maduro with the supposed mandate of the people, democratic leader Machado. Yeah, you fell for it again. Donald Trump does not care about who you want to lead the country. He cares about who is going to give him the resources of your country. So, yeah, you fell for it again. Machado was immediately sidelined. Trump was like, yeah, I really don't care about her. And we're going to discuss some of the reasons why. But basically, Machado has no allies inside of the military. And Venezuela is a highly militarized country. So he doesn't think that she is going to have the raw, violent power to be able to stop any local resistance to Trump taking all the oil. So instead, he went with the vice president. But yeah, let's continue.
Have the support within or the respect of the country. This is extremely fishy, isn't it? What the fuck happened here? There's also videos that have come out, for example, of damage in Venezuela after these strikes at some of the military bases that were attacked. And it almost looks token. It almost doesn't look that serious. Like I saw an article in the Venezuelan newspaper El Nacional, which now I, of course, can't find, that said that in at least some of the bases that were attacked, perhaps all of them, don't really know, obviously I'm speculating here, as I said, this is all preliminary, there were almost no personnel because the troops had been sent home for the New Year's festivities. That seems suspicious, right? If we look at this video here from Venezuelan State TV, they sent a car out to assess the damage at one of the military barracks that had been attacked.
Muy atentos porque les vamos a mostrar las imágenes del punto donde ocurrió el ataque. Vamos a parar el vehículo.
We have a military base with some bombed out buses, civilian-looking buses too. These must be like transports to get the troops to and from work or something.
Aquí, y ahora sí, nos vamos a bajar para mostrarles a ustedes
there is one single bombed out APC that looks like it was parked. Maybe not. I don't know. You guys are more military.
So this would be the long-range surface-to-air missiles, right? That he's referencing here that does look like it's bombed. But again, if anyone else in this military base picked up their weapons, they could have shot down some of the helicopters just with the handheld equipment that they have. And even, by the way, like just with a normal gun, of which they have plenty in Venezuela, you can still shoot at people coming out of a helicopter.
Mine can tell me if this looks like any of this stuff was in action or not.
Sí, bueno, las imágenes del ataque. Actualmente las reacciones internacionales son de completo agravio y estupor. Una unidad que
So we have some buses, we have destroyed windows, a bombed out APC, cars right next to these buses that seem to be in perfect condition, like that car right there on the right of the screen. The windows were destroyed, probably from the shockwave of the explosions, but the building wasn't actually directly hit.
Fue destruida, en este caso un autobús rojo.
This bus looks like it was more substantially hit.
Tenemos otra unidad que también fue destruida.
These are just buses.
Podemos ver la reja. Esto que ustedes ven aquí son las esquirlas, producto de la deflagración de los explosivos. Allá inclusive tenemos un poste que fue arrancado de cuajo, precisamente por este fenómeno que les estamos.
So this is very suspicious, right? A lot of the damage coming out of Venezuela that is being filmed on the state TV is just images of infrastructure, or as in this case buses, and then one military vehicle that was damaged. So very little damage compared to what would have to take place to completely immobilize the entire military of Venezuela.
Estamos comentando de las esquirlas, de los explosivos que fueron utilizados en la mañana. Hay cuerpos de seguridad que están presentes. Un poco más atrás tenemos funcionarios militares que nos están haciendo señas. Obviamente ellos están.
It looks like there are two people in this base who this guy is able to see.
Están custodiando el perímetro, están haciendo su trabajo si se quiere. Pero bueno, lo que podemos reportar es esto. Estamos ofreciendo en vivo y en directo las imágenes de lo que fue el ataque.
There are weirdly very little images of damage like this that have come out so far. You're probably going to be seeing more of them throughout the day, maybe tomorrow. There is, from what I've been able to find, zero assessment of the casualties, anything like that. I have no idea how many people died, no idea how many civilians.
Since then, we do know that right below 100 people died. So almost 100 people died. So this video was posted the day after the invasion, the morning of, I think. So yeah, we do know since then that 100 people died on the Venezuelan side.
Civilians died. The only comment that I've seen on this came from Delcy Rodriguez, where she said in a statement that civilians and military members have died, without giving a number, without giving any real concrete information. But this was quite a while ago now. This was like 7-8 hours ago. Additionally, the only video that I have been able to find, again, I could be wrong here, the only clips that I've seen of Venezuelan troops or any sort of Venezuelan military presence were not actually going towards the fight with the Americans or anything. They were all just doing crowd control on Venezuelans. Like, I saw one clip, this one right here, which is the only one that I've seen of Venezuelan troops. There's also another one of a random APC going through the street very slowly. It's not even worth showing. And they are just like, they just seem to be telling random civilians to go inside. Like, they stop this person on a motorcycle and then just seem to leave them there.
Mira. Mira. Ay, papi, también chorreado.
They just seem to be stopping civilians and telling them to fucking go home or something. They seem to be more directed at getting people to seek shelter than actually fighting the Americans. Like, this is a crowd control operation. This isn't a military resistance.
Mira.
Yeah, they just tell the guy on the motorcycle, get the fuck out of here, and he goes. They tell the cars to get out of there, and they go.
Bajando a la gente. Mira. Mira, parando carro. Bueno, me imagino que están defendiendo la posición, pero no les va a durar mucho. No, van a ir por ellos, Mira esto.
Now, there's something very fishy about all of this, okay? Something doesn't add up. Even if the US had literally perfectly managed to airstrike all of Venezuela's air defenses. Now, I'm not going to say...
So now he goes into basically the same details that I went through. But, yeah, all of this is to say that we have no footage of Venezuelan soldiers actually fighting the Americans. And the only footage we have is of them trying establish some sort of crowd control. So I am under no impression that there was a genuine fight back from the Venezuelan military. It seems like the only people that didn't know this was happening was the personal guard of Nicolas Maduro, because that is where most of the casualties were. And it seems like those were the only people that hit 2 American soldiers, because 2 American soldiers are wounded. But again, no casualties. So let's go through the 4 possibilities then. So what actually happened instead? The first possibility, I have to say, is that the Venezuelan army was just so weak that they could not shoot a single American. Who is trying to convince you of this? Well, Donald Trump and the general right wing is convinced that Donald Trump did an amazing military exercise in which he managed to overthrow a government, take out their leader, and that the American military is so powerful that not a single American died, despite Venezuela being a highly militarized country. So if this view is correct and Venezuelans are simply incapable of hitting any targets with their weapons, again, I think that's very unlikely. But if this view is correct, then what you should see happen next is total dominance of Venezuela, because this would mean that there was no negotiation. It's simply the case that the American military is able to completely overrun the Venezuelan military, and therefore there would be no reason to deal with Venezuela as if there's any pushback that the Venezuelans could give. So if this first potential possibility, if this first scenario is what happened, then you should expect to see Venezuela hand over their country on a silver platter to the Americans, because there is no possibility of them pushing back. I think this is the least likely, for the reasons that we already reviewed. Then number 2, he was betrayed and the military stood down. Okay, who wants you to believe this one? The CIA and mainstream media is writing a lot of pieces saying, or at least hinting, at the idea that the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, betrayed her country and Nicolas Maduro, and basically ordered the military to stand down and let Maduro go. And this would be without Maduro knowing, right? This one is slightly more likely because she did take power. Trump did immediately acknowledge her as being the leader of Venezuela that he was going to deal with. And Nicolas Maduro's personal guard did not stand down. That is the only real fight we saw, is between the personal protective guard of Nicolas Maduro, which is mostly run by Cubans, and between the Americans, that is the only place we saw an actual gunfight, right? So this one is slightly more likely, but again, I'm not going to make any determinations on what I think happened because I don't have enough information. I'm just going to give you the different potential possibilities. If this second possibility is true, then what you will see is the vice president will maintain power, the military will join. So basically, the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, will make a deal with Trump, give him all or at least most of his demands, and any left-wing resistance to this inside of Venezuela will be put down by the Venezuelan military. This is what you should expect to see if this was if the second possibility is what happened. Okay, third possibility. He made a deal with Trump to save himself. The third possibility is that Nicolas Maduro made a deal to basically sell out his country and in turn save himself and not get killed. This one, kind of interesting, mainly because his wife was also kidnapped. His wife is not really a strong political figure, and I don't see any reason for why she needs to stand trial in the US, even under the false pretenses of the Americans. So there is some possibility of this being true. The ones who want you to think this are the center-right and the neoliberals and some of the leftists as well. So these are mainly, let's say, the European left who is saying that Nicolas Maduro was a terrible leader. He's basically a treacherous guy who doesn't hold any values, and therefore, as soon as the Americans came knocking, he was like, "Hey, I'll do whatever you want. Just make sure that my wife and I stay safe." And they want you to think this because they are convinced or are trying to convince you that Nicolas Maduro is a complete sham, that he doesn't stand for any genuine values, right? If this is the case, then what you would expect to see next is complete chaos. And what I mean by that is, if Maduro truly sold out his country without any backup plan, without caring for his country, in return for safe passage to the US, where he will be put on some sham trial, maybe he'll say that Nicolas, that they were indeed involved in the 2016 elections or 2020 elections, like Trump is trying to get him to do. If you don't know, Trump is convinced the 2020 elections were stolen. And one of the lies he's telling about this election is that it was stolen using technology from Venezuela. So maybe he gives that to Donald Trump, and in court he says that indeed the 2020 election was stolen by Venezuela. So this is one potential outcome. And I think if you see some sort of deal where the Russians get Ukraine and the Americans get Venezuela, that this could be part of that play. So all of this would point towards the third scenario being what happened. The fourth and last scenario is that he offered himself in some 5-dimensional chess maneuver, and basically, as a way to commence this war, on a higher footing, he said, "Okay, I will offer myself to give the Venezuelans more time to prepare, and I will leave my country in good hands with specific instructions to the vice president, who does have ties to the genuine socialist revolution in Venezuela, and by doing that, will set up Venezuela to have a much stronger ability to resist American imperialism." This one, I have no idea. It really, I don't know if this is the case, but the ones who want you to believe this are the communists. So the far left are set on this idea that Nicolas Maduro is a great guy, that he is a true revolutionary, a true anti-imperialist, and a true socialist that cares for his people and therefore would never betray his people. They also don't fall for the CIA propaganda, right, which was option 2, that he was betrayed by the military. And therefore they think that this move was coordinated between the military, the vice president, and Nicolas Maduro. If this is the case, then of course what you will expect to see is a prolonged guerrilla war in order to stop the Americans from looting the Venezuelan country. Yeah, so those are the 4 possibilities. I told you guys I would break it down. As I said, I unfortunately cannot give you a concrete answer as to which one of these 4 actually happened, but we'll keep a close eye on it. And now I have set out my predictions for the future, so that we can go back later and see, okay, which one of these seems to have been most likely. Because I think each one of the scenarios has clear outcomes that will play out, right? Now, going into why exactly this happened, because a lot of there's going to be a lot of misinformation and conflicting narratives here, and people trying to convince you that this happened because the Americans and the Europeans care about freedom and democracy and the well-being of the Venezuelan people, and of course that's an absolute lie. So why did this actually happen? Well, there is something in America called the Monroe Doctrine. And this is the belief that the United States has the right to dominate all of North and South America and all of the resources in these 2 continents. Ooh. Sorry, my internet, I thought, went out. No, we're still here. We're live. Okay. Yeah. So, in order to support that,
the Monroe Doctrine is a big.
Let me start again. So yeah, I don't think I need to show you more evidence than this video that this is the main reason why Donald Trump attacked Venezuela, because he comes out and says it himself. People were speculating about this for a long time. This was a far left conspiracy theory until Donald Trump this week came out and said it verbatim. Here you go.
The Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Donroe document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again.
President Trump isn't denying the possibility of further.
So there you go. Donald Trump saying very, very clearly that the reason that he attacked Venezuela is because he is reviving the Monroe Doctrine, and calling it the Donroe Doctrine, by the way, because of course he's a fucking master of words. And yeah, that's the primary reason. The Americans believe that they have the right to all of the resources in North and South America because they're strong enough to do it, and might makes right. But why is that case? Why is that the case? Why was the Monroe Doctrine necessary for the American survival? And why is it now necessary again? So we're going to go through the different systems that fuel the need for such a doctrine. First and foremost, imperialism. Okay? And as a lot of you lefties will know, imperialism is the end stage of capitalism, right? So why is that the case? Because capitalism requires infinite growth, right? Capitalism requires for the capital holders to see their capital expand forever. And in order to do this, because you live in a capitalist system, you must do it through exploitation. And once you have exploited the working class, and once you have exploited all of the natural resources in your own country, you have to look elsewhere in order to continue expanding. And that's when imperialism starts to take place. And again, in case you don't believe me, I have this clip.
Early in American history, when we...
in case you don't believe me, I have this clip here lined up from, what's his name? Sorry. The Daily Show. Jon Stewart. There we go. I have this clip from Jon Stewart, who very nicely puts together all of the times that Donald Trump has directly admitted that the only reason why they are going into Venezuela is because of oil. So here you go.
Intervene in another country, whether true or not, we come up with a high-minded pretense. Liberating a people, spreading democracy, introducing baseball to the Japanese. They complained at first, but it was totally worth it. On what moral foundation will this conflict be framed?
We're going to have presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, but we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be.
Seems a little on the nose. Oil, precious commodity, certainly, but not the reason a country formed 250 years ago on the ideas of liberty and self-determination would go into a country and snatch a man at night.
Now, of course, Jon Stewart is a liberal, so he's trying to frame this as something that is uncommon for the Americans. You know, he just mentioned there how America was formed on the principles of liberation and freedom. Sure. As we just discussed, the Monroe Doctrine is a very old practice that completely goes against those ideals. So don't get fooled here. Of course, America has never had these ideals. The only difference is that Trump is doing us a favor by explicitly saying it out loud. So let's continue.
There must be a slightly more noble pretense.
We're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. We need total access. We need access to the oil.
Sir, again, I see where we're going here. Do you mind just reframing that? I'm not quite clear on the high-minded principle behind this.
In other words, we'll be selling oil.
Is this your first war? I mean, what the f***? All right, let's table this for now. Senator Lindsey Graham, you're an old hand at warmongering. You've done this a bunch. You're on the plane. Can you help this dude out with the casus belli and keep Trump from bringing it back to oil?
There are going to be Americans alive today because he shut down a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. This is a good thing, not a bad thing.
And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild their system.
That was perfect. Because there you have Lindsey Graham, this little demon here on the left, trying to recenter, right, this poor liberal's worldview, who is losing his mind here on the right, because Donald Trump is making both of their lives impossible, right? Lindsey Graham and the liberal are both in agreement that whenever they go in and do their imperialism in another country, they need to masquerade it in a facade of, you know, caring about human rights and bringing democracy to these countries. But the orange man in the middle simply refuses to play part in these shenanigans and just says, no, we're doing it for the oil. And the guy here is astonished and he's like, okay, I guess we don't need to lie anymore. And the liberal loses his mind.
God damn it! What?
Because now the liberal has to grapple with the idea that the United States only cares about resource extraction and has never cared about bringing democracy and freedom to countries, right? His role, by the way, would usually be that, yes, I agree with the goal of bringing democracy and freedom to these countries, but let's do it in a way that is more humane because currently we have killed 2 million Iraqis, right? Like that was his job during the Iraq War, was to say, as a liberal, I care about human rights. So therefore, when we are bringing human rights to Iraq, we should not kill 2 million of them, but maybe just a few thousand, right? So this is a perfect illustration of the the trio emerging in American politics. These three different groups. So it was, of course, for the extraction of resources from Venezuela, because all American industries need, first and foremost, oil, and Venezuela has the largest reserve of oil in the world. And in case you did not know already, oil does not grow on trees. It is a finite resources that will run out at some point. And so the Americans are desperate to get their hands on more oil. This is why they are eager to support Israel because they also maintain this resource extraction model. This is why they are eager to topple the government of Iran. Don't forget that the Iranian Western conflict started in the 60s and 70s because the Iranians nationalized their oil. And likewise, this conflict with Venezuela started because Hugo Chavez nationalized the oil and stopped the American companies from looting this oil, which they again need for all of their industries to fuel this capitalist machine. Another thing that the Venezuelans have is gold. Huge mines of gold. As a Bolivian, I know this very much because we also have gold. That is why the Spanish came to conquer us back in the day, and that is why the Americans are there now. Gold is extremely important in this new world where the petrodollar is falling. The American dollar is going to lose dominance and become irrelevant, and because of that, the rich need somewhere else to put their money, and that's going to be gold. They also have iron. Don't forget that, by the way, during World War II, the South Americans provided 60% of all of the iron used to build the war machinery that the Allies needed to win in World War II. And the Venezuelans supplied 60% of the oil that the British used to fuel these machines. So it's not the first time that the Europeans and the Americans are relying on our resources in South America in order to fuel their economies and their wars. Not only is it not the first time, this is actually just the status quo. This has been what Europe and the United States have been doing since the times of colonialism, right? And the last resource is, of course, lithium, which you need for lithium batteries, and silver, which also you need for electronics. So the first reason, the biggest reason for why this is happening is that resource extraction, which is necessary for capitalism, where resource extraction has already hit its limits internally, and therefore you must go to the exterior and find other countries where you can extract resources. The second biggest reason is the military-industrial complex, another form of capitalism. So it all starts and ends with capitalism. I'm just describing the top priorities of capitalism in order to that culminate in the need to invade Venezuela and take the resources, right? So the first is just resource extraction. The second is fueling the military-industrial complex. As we just described, South America has long been where most of the resources for the European and American militaries come from, and this is still the case. So they want to make money from war, and this is another war. The military-industrial complex have never met a war they don't like, and they are back at it again, making more profits. We saw their stock market, their stock price in the stock market jump 20% as soon as they invaded Venezuela. And they're obviously making a shit ton of money from this, which is one of the biggest industries in America. And it's international, by the way. It's also a big industry in Europe. Yeah, even Sweden, the UK, France, they're all huge arm dealers. And of course, the third, but still important reason for why this had to happen, again, fundamentally because of capitalism, is to stop all socialist projects around the world. In this case, the Venezuelan Socialist Project. And this is nothing new. In order to prove this point, all I have to do is list you all of the governments in South America and the year that they were overthrown because these governments were leftist. Some of them were put in via military coups, but most of these governments were actually democratically elected. So never forget that the Americans and Europeans are perfectly fine with overthrowing democratically elected leaders and putting in right-wing fascist dictators as long as the people that they are overthrowing are from the left. So the list is Guatemala, 1954, Brazil, 1964, Bolivia, 1971. Bolivia mentioned, let's go. Chile, 1973. Cuba, this one failed, the Bay of Pigs, in 1961. But the rest of these, by the way, were all successful. Venezuela also failed in 2002. Granada, 1983. And then, of course, we have Operation Condor, which, right now I went through already 50 years of history. But Operation Condor was a particularly bloody one from the 70s to the 80s, where they went in and did a second round in a lot of countries. So in Argentina, you had the military junta, 1976. In Chile, you had Pinochet. And for those of you who are South American, you will recognize these names as some of the worst fascists of human history that killed thousands, if not millions, of the local populations. But in case you didn't know, because you might be European or American, the names I am saying now are akin to Hitler and Mussolini for us South Americans. Pinochet was a terrible man who ruled with an iron fist and made thousands, hundreds of thousands of people disappear. And I know personally people who are still not able to go back to these countries because they were tried under military courts in mass courts, right? They would bring in 1,000 people, and in one swing of the gavel, officially make them all guilty, charge them guilty with crimes that they did not commit, and they would just basically imprison thousands at the time in this way. And for those that managed to escape, a lot of them can still not go back to South America from these times. In Uruguay, you had the military dictatorship in 1973, Paraguay, 1954, Bolivia we already mentioned, but yeah, I just want to say it was the Hugo Banzer dictatorship, this scum of the earth, Hugo Banzer. And in Brazil, of course, the military dictatorship again in 1964. So all of these were supported or directly done by the Americans, by the American military. So there's nothing new here, right? This is just a huge effort to constantly and consistently stop socialist or leftist governments from taking over in South America. And again, the reason for that is that capitalists don't like socialists because it stops them from being able to do resource extraction. There was a small pause since those times. I think the last one we see here is 1989, right? So in the 90s and early 2000s, we had like a 20, almost 30-year pause where the outright military intervention was paused by the Americans, and instead they went more into soft power. They have USAID, which helps achieve some of this, and basically they looked at softer ways to achieve the same means, right? So getting involved in political campaigns, doing some dirty work with the embassies in the local countries, and of course using aid as a constant conditional measure. So to say, hey, now that you're impoverished because we assassinated all of your left leaders, and now that all of the American companies run your economy, and because of that your local population have no food, if you don't want the local population to rise up against you and lynch you essentially, then you need our aid, and our aid comes on a condition that you do X, Y, and Z as your next policy, right? So this is the system they used between the 80s, the late 80s and the early 2000s. But that system has now been abandoned by Donald Trump, who said, this system is bogus. We don't want to supply aid to all these countries, even if it is an influencing mechanism. Instead, we want to go back to the Monroe Doctrine and use strong force, brute force diplomacy. And there is a reason for this. Number one, I mentioned, because resources are becoming finite, right? So we're entering dangerous territory where we might go into a resource war very soon. Number two, capitalism is struggling to expand further. So then, again, the need for brute force imperialism becomes more potent. The weight of debt will soon collapse the American economy, right? They have trillions of dollars in debt, a lot of it to the Chinese, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but the American taxpayers, they pay 500 million, I believe. If not million, it was billion. But they pay a huge sum of money from taxpayers. The taxpayers in the United States pay a huge sum of money every year to the Chinese in the interest rates on all the loans that they have that they have taken from China. So the Americans are basically in permanent debt to the Chinese, and in order to solve this and refinance it and get rid of it, they might just seize all of the oil in Venezuela and beyond, to try to basically hoard resources and get rid of this debt before it collapses the American economy. And again, the only reason why the Americans have this debt is again because of capitalism, right? The rich refuse to pay taxes because their capital must expand forever, and the people must be kept at a low wage, and therefore require certain social programs by the state in order to not die and or revolt. And these social programs cannot be paid for because there is no taxation on the rich. And then to fill that gap, the Americans do debt, essentially money printing, right? And a lot of that money, by the way, also goes through the hands of companies. So it's just a direct giveaway to the companies, again, because of capitalism. Therefore, capitalism needs a reset of the imperial order and local social contract. Okay, let me say that again. We are now at a point in Western countries where capitalism needs a reset of the imperial order and the social contract. The imperial order meaning externally, they need to reset their ability to extract resources because too many of these South American countries are becoming nationalistic and have developed far enough that they can no longer be bullied. China is pulling ahead of the West and could, if they wanted to, defend these countries and defend resource extraction, at least in their part of the world. And the social contract within the countries is also falling apart because the usual worker-employer relationship doesn't really hold up in this new economy, this gig economy. And the working class has been kicked down so much by the Epstein class that the social contract whereby everyone pays in and everyone benefits is falling apart. And not only that, workers will soon not be necessary because of technology, right? Because of automation. And in order to deal with this, you need to rewrite the social contract. And to do that, you need a very strong military force to keep your population at bay, right? This is what is called the imperial boomerang. Whatever we do abroad eventually comes back to us. So that is why this is going on. And I thought it was important to say this at the start because I will dive into now the history of Venezuela. And this is a territory where we see a lot of criticism coming from the left and the right. Either you're not criticizing Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro enough, or you shouldn't criticize them at all, right? And I'll do a little bit of both. I'll defend them a bit, but also criticize them a bit. But I want to make it crystal clear that any criticism I have of Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro is minimal and is irrelevant compared to the main point here, which is that the capitalist machine has invaded Venezuela and that this is a flagrant violation of international law and is very dangerous and should not have happened. Whatever I may think of Nicolas Maduro is irrelevant when it comes to whether or not the United States should go in and remove the sovereign leader of another country. So I just want to make that crystal clear because a lot of liberals and central intelligence, CIA operatives use the criticisms of Maduro in order to justify this sort of militant imperialist actions like we saw Trump take when he kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. However, I know that a lot of people don't know the history, so I thought, might as well go into it. And in this history, we're also going to find more clear examples that will help you understand how the world works in terms of the imperialists and the anti-imperialists, right? So this theme is going to come up again and again. Hugo Chavez, he was Venezuelan who was Bolivarian first and foremost. Bolivarian means that you believe in the legacy of Bolivar, who is Simón Bolívar, who was a Colombian who got a lot of the indigenous populations together in South America and some of the elites and created this armed struggle which overthrew the Spanish conquistadors, the Spanish colonialists and threw them out of South America, and created these sovereign, independent national states. So all of the countries in South America came to be through anti-colonial, anti-imperial struggle, and the person who led the struggle was Simón Bolívar. This is very important because for Europeans and Americans to understand the South American left, you need to first and foremost understand that the left is synonymous with sovereignty, with the right to be a country, self-determination. There is no movement in South America that achieved sovereignty and decolonization which was not socialist, first and foremost, right? So socialism in South America can almost be used as a word for nationalism, okay? And this creates a very strong positive tie between anti-imperialism and left-wing social policies. But it also creates a very unhealthy tie between authoritarian nationalism and the left-wing movements. And we're going to explore some of those conflicting themes as we go along. I still see some people in the chat, so feel free to drop a comment, because I think this is going to be the part where you might have some some disagreements or would want to challenge something that I'm saying. So I'm happy to include you guys in this part if you do have something to say. So he was an anti-imperialist, Bolivarian socialist, and I just want to show you some clips that back that up. So here we have an old clip of Hugo Chavez. This is what he looks like, and I'm going to reload it and play it with sound here. 1 second.
Nos acusa a nosotros, a mí me acusan de patrocinar el terrorismo. Son ellos los que patrocinan el terrorismo. Aprovecho para condenar de nuevo, desde el fondo de mi alma y de mis vísceras, al Estado de Israel. Maldito seas, Estado de Israel. Maldito seas, terroristas y asesinos. Y viva el pueblo palestino. Pueblo heroico, pueblo bueno. Ustedes no ven el imperio yanqui. Ustedes no ven la masacre que el Estado genocida de Israel cometió contra un grupo de pacifistas que iban llevando una carga humanitaria al pueblo palestino que está en Gaza, rodeado por todos lados por Israel. No les permiten ni agua. Masacraron una gente ahí, ustedes lo vieron, ¿verdad? Bueno, vean ustedes Estados Unidos.
Again, I have to say, what a tragedy that this speech was written in probably the 80s. I'm not sure exactly when this is from, but incredible that already back then people were calling out Israel's genocidal mania in terms of their massacring of civilians and their disallowing of access to basic human rights such as food and water. Okay? And I want to make it clear again, it's not a coincidence that this man is sitting here in the 80s talking about Israel as the genocidal maniacs that they are. Yeah? And it's not a coincidence that his movement was demonized by the Americans for so long, and that they have tried many times to kick him out. And here we have a second clip I want to play you that just goes a bit deeper into his different beliefs.
Váyanse al 100 veces. Ayer estuvo el diablo aquí.
Calling George Bush the devil, by the way, literally the devil.
En este mismo lugar huele a azufre todavía esta mesa donde me ha tocado hablar. Ayer, señoras, señores.
This is the United Nations, by the way. So these are the type of speeches that Hugo Chavez would say at the United Nations podium.
De esta misma tribuna, el señor presidente de los Estados Unidos, a quien yo llamo el diablo, vino aquí hablando como dueño del mundo. ¿Qué modelo de democracia es ese el que se impone a punta de marines, de invasiones, de agresiones y de bombas? A donde quiera que él mira ve extremistas. Yo estoy seguro que te ve a ti, hermano, con ese color.
And here we see a classic example of how Hugo Chavez, who is a socialist in South America, points to a fellow UN member who has, I think it's going to be either a black or brown gentleman, and points out that their struggle is linked because, again, the socialists in South America are synonymous with anti-imperialism, and he is pointing out to what he sees as his comrades that this white supremacist system surely looks at his brother with brown or black skin, and sees him as someone to exploit as well.
Y cree que eres un extremista. Con este color, Evo Morales, que vino ayer, el digno presidente de la Bolivia, es un extremista.
And here again, I wanted to mention Evo Morales defending the first indigenous president of South America. And this is not all, right? He also defended many times the leaders of Nicaragua, Ecuador, Cuba, South Africa. So this anti-imperial struggle network is global, right? And he represented a big part of that. That is why the Americans for a long time have tried to discredit him and take him down.
No es que somos extremistas. Lo que pasa es que el mundo está despertando y por todos lados insurgimos los pueblos. El señor presidente vino a hablarle, así lo dijo, hoy quiero hablarles directamente a las poblaciones del Oriente Medio. Mi país desea la paz. Esto es cierto. Si nosotros nos vamos por las calles del Bronx, si nosotros nos vamos por las calles de Nueva York, de Washington, de San Diego, de California, de cualquier ciudad, de San Antonio, de San Francisco, y le preguntamos a la gente en las calles, a los ciudadanos estadounidenses, este país quiere la paz. La diferencia está en que el gobierno de este país, de Estados Unidos, no quiere la paz.
Here he's calling out the US's hypocrisy and democracy, right? He's saying that the people of the United States, of course, want peace. They don't want to go to war with all of these countries for resource extraction, but the government wants war, showing again the hypocrisy of the American lies.
Quiere imponernos su modelo de explotación y de saqueo y su hegemonía a punta de guerras. Quiere la paz. ¿Y qué está pasando en Irak? ¿Y qué ha pasado en el Líbano y en Palestina? ¿Y qué ha pasado en 100 años, pues? En América Latina y en el mundo. Y ahora las amenazas contra Venezuela, nuevas amenazas contra Venezuela, nuevas amenazas contra Irán. ¿Qué le dirían esos pueblos a él? Si esos pueblos pudieran hablar, ¿qué le dirían? Yo se los voy a recoger porque conozco la mayor parte del alma de esos pueblos, los pueblos del sur, los pueblos atropellados. Dirían, Imperio Yankee, go home. Ese sería el grito que brotaría por todas partes si los pueblos del mundo pudieran hablarle a una sola voz al imperio de los Estados Unidos. Aprovecho para condenar.
And there you go. So this is just to show a little bit of what Hugo Chavez stands for, and again to highlight the fact that there is no separating socialism from anti-imperialism when we're talking in the South American context. So this is Hugo Chavez. Now, he came to power because in 1992 he led a failed coup attempt against the U.S. puppet neoliberal regime, and later he then actually won a presidential election after gaining fame from that failed coup. And in 1998, he won the election with 56% of the vote. So right away, I want to say to people who say he's not democratic, maybe, potentially, I'm not sure, because the writing is very divided, even amongst the left wing. But one thing is for sure, he is not a hardline dictator who rose to power through authoritarianism. He was elected into government. Now, whether or not once he was in government did he let go of some of those democratic beliefs, potentially I see an argument there, but I also see an argument for why he was democratic until the end. In any case, in 1999, right after being elected, 1 year after being elected, he introduced a new constitution that created the stronger executive rule that expanded social rights and mechanisms for direct citizen participation. Here again, I want to highlight that 1 year after being elected democratically, he implements systems for citizens to be able to participate in the decisions of their country through direct democracy. And this goes completely contrary to anyone who's trying to label him as a dictator, right? He was not someone who was afraid of his people. Quite the opposite. He seemed to be wanting to hear their voices and to even at some points arm them, right, through these militias. Next, he nationalized the oil. Okay? This key. Again, socialism, anti-imperialism go hand in hand because socialists like to have the economy under public rule, under the rule of the people, so nationalizing industries, and that disallows for the extraction from Western countries, right? America is going to have a much harder time extracting the oil because Hugo Chavez nationalized the oil. Same story as that we saw with Gaddafi. Same story that we saw with Iran. It's the same story repeating again and again for hundreds of years. He also nationalized electricity, telecommunications, and the steel industries, again, another resource. He then used the oil revenues to fund social programs, housing, healthcare, and education, which, all in all, lifted millions of people out of poverty and gave a voice to the oppressed people of Venezuela, which he also then used to give a voice to the oppressed people around the world. And this is to summarize all of his greatest achievements. Now, I imagine that all of the the commies and socialists watching this are going amazing. So this is the perfect guy. Unfortunately, not. As any human, he had shortcomings, and there are some serious shortcomings. I will say that Hugo Chavez's shortcomings are much smaller than the shortcomings of Nicolas Maduro. So Chavez died in 2013, and therefore there was less time for these shortcomings to kind of develop. But he, unfortunately, Hugo Chavez was part of this very unfortunate story that we see unfold in many leftist South American countries. Let me explain. First, they take power. Because they're anti-imperialist and socialist, they nationalize all the industries and they redistribute the wealth of the country, which exists at that moment, to the hands of the poor. And this is a fantastic policy, right? I think it should be repeated and continued forever. But once they have done this, unfortunately, we see too often that these socialist leaders become incompetent and they stop thinking revolutionarily and they stop innovating in ways for their country's economy to improve and to continue improving the living standards of people. It is rather, I mean, it's not easy, but it is easier to take existing resources, nationalize them, and put them in the hands of the poor than it is to build a new economic model, than to build new industries completely, than to build hospitals, universities, and so on. Of course, not all socialist governments fall into this trap. For example, Cuba, I think, has done quite phenomenal, has done quite well. China has done amazingly, right, in that regard. They have surpassed many of the industries that we have in the West. And they did that by keeping a close nationalized approach to key industries and also controlling all private industries through government agents in order to develop these industries and make sure that they slowly moved up the ladder of commodity production, right? So in China, they started with very cheap products, a lot of plastic products and agriculture. And then they slowly moved up and upgraded more and more. And then they got into electronics, and now they're going quite far into complicated electronics. And the only industries they have not tackled yet is honestly chip manufacturing and airplane manufacturing, which is like the top of commodity production. And once they master that, which they are by all intents and purposes going to do in the next 5 years, they will become the strongest economy on the planet. By some measures, by the way, they already are the strongest economy on the planet. And so that is a perfect example of how there really is no excuse for left governments to not achieve the same policies. The reasons that they don't, I mean, first, of course, because of US sanctions, right? So sanctions started in 2005, they were expanded in 2015, and became very intense in 2017. So obviously, these countries all have to develop a situation where they are not allowed to participate in any sort of world economy and cannot trade or export many goods. However, in the case of Venezuela, I don't think this is fully an excuse, right? Of course, it is a struggle, but you can overcome it, like we've seen in other countries. Why is it not an excuse? Because you have oil and gold, right? Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro are sitting on mountains and infinite supplies almost of oil and gold. There will always be a buyer for oil and gold. And we have in Venezuela and South America, we have silver, we have iron. So you actually have almost all of the resources you need in order to create the machinery for new industries. Okay? And even if we didn't have all of those resources, you could still create older industries that could run a country, right? We have agriculture, we have iron, we have gold, we have oil. We have fresh water, right? Essentially, we have everything that you need to sustain a country. It is not like Cuba that doesn't have all of these resources and therefore is slowly being starved out, right? So there is no real excuse. If you nationalize these resources and use them smartly, you could develop like any other country. You could develop like Norway. You could develop like China, and get quite far ahead. And you would not even need to necessarily do too much trade or imperialism because you can just use the own resources that you have in your own country. So this is the great disaster of these the unfortunate disaster of some of these socialist movements, because they don't take those secondary and tertiary steps after nationalizing the oil, right? So in the case of Venezuela, they became heavily reliant on this oil economy, making them very vulnerable to price drops because they didn't further develop other industries once they got that money from the oil. Instead, they continued to keep things as running as usual, expecting to always be able to live off of just selling oil, right? Which was not the case because OPEC and other imperialist countries then dropped the oil in order to cripple your economy, and it worked. It completely decimated the Venezuelan economy. And this lack of economic development, again, it's under the context of colonial struggle, but you still have to do something about it. You can't just sit back and watch it happen and rely on just one resource extraction of oil, right? And this economic collapse is you cannot ignore it. People in Venezuela were hungry for a long time. I remember from being in Bolivia visiting not so long ago, seeing Venezuelan refugees in Bolivia. Look, if you have refugees from a country going to Bolivia, you know it's fucked up. Like, you know that they are fleeing truly terrible conditions because we are usually the ones going to other countries, not the other way around. So there is no denying it. People in Venezuela, especially after 2016, have lived very, very impoverished lives. And I don't think it's fair to not be self-critical of that in the left movement. And this is then the most unfortunate part, is that when those people who are struggling to survive start to speak out against the government and protest, many of them, by the way, from a Marxist, truly leftist, socialist point of view, instead of being met with new policies or giving in to their demands, they are cracked down on using the same militias that were meant to be anti-imperial, right? So Hugo Chavez sees all of this, and Nicolas Maduro after sees all of this unrest coming from a hungry population, and instead of finding ways to overcome the challenges and giving in to some of their demands, he sends his militia forces on them to kind of quiet them down through violence. And this is to me a bit unacceptable, right? These militia forces are meant to be anti-imperialist first and foremost. You cannot use them on your on your own population. And of course, these the population, let's say the opposition party, is full of infiltrants who are anti-socialist and who are part of the imperial class, right? Who are American CIA operatives. But that is no excuse, because you are now living in a country with actual hunger, with actual power outages, with actual people who are actually suffering, right? So when they rise up, it's not enough of an excuse to say, oh, but there are infiltrants among them. No, you must address their needs, because that is the point of a socialist state, first and foremost. So this is the biggest shortcomings. And of course, I want to say that this is because that this happened mostly under Nicolas Maduro and less so under Hugo Chavez, but both of them helped set up this over-reliance on oil that led to this situation. Now, again, because I've criticized a socialist country, I want to make sure to give you a realistic point of view. I don't want your takeaway to be that, so it is true that they were terrible leaders and everyone hated them. No, okay? A lot of people in Venezuela understood the struggles they were going through and still supported these presidents all the way through and still voted for them all the way through. So it is not that they're anti-democratic, okay? To the extent that is being said in Western media. So just to show you that, I want to give you a video here of some of the support we saw recently for Nicolas Maduro. This was after he was captured. And as you can see, we have hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans protesting for the return of Nicolas Maduro. Yeah. So anyone who tries to convince you that because of these shortcomings, which are legitimate, let me take a step back. Anyone who tries to tell you that there are not legitimate shortcomings of the Venezuelan socialist state is lying to you, because there are. But anyone who tries to tell you that those shortcomings are the defining principles of the Venezuelan socialist state is also lying to you. The truth is, most people in these countries support their socialist governments. Most people understand the benefits that they have gained from them and stand by them despite the shortcomings, also because they're able to contextualize it in the reality, which is American sanctions and constant American pressure to collapse your economy and your government, right? And throughout that, a lot of Venezuelans, as you see, stayed step in step, stayed very loyal to the Maduro Chavista regime. Government, sorry, not regime. All right. So I think that's enough about the history of Venezuela. I would say a few more things about Nicolas Maduro, but I think you get the gist of what happened. So now, to round off this phenomenal, 1 hour long video, I do want to get into what we need to do next as Europeans and as South Americans, right? I am half, so I will give you both perspectives. People in Europe, listen, you need to first and foremost protest that this violates international law. Why? Because if you do not, then Greenland will be next, and after that will be Ukraine. Or maybe Ukraine first, I don't know. But the idea that anyone is going to take you seriously when you are being invaded and when the Americans or the Russians come to take parts of our continent is laughable, because we have shown now that we do not care about international law, right? The UK was with the United States just the other day, taking oil tankers from Venezuela, and none of the European leaders condemned the attack on Venezuela. They all gave this centrist line that, oh, Nicolas Maduro was a bad leader, so we don't share any tears for what happened. So if we don't stand up and protest this in Europe, then I promise you there will be no one left to turn to once the Americans come and do the same shit to us. And they will do the same to us, because this is imperialism. And at some point, South America will not be enough, and then they'll come to Europe. Now, given Europe does not have that many resources left, So it will be for different reasons, but they will come nonetheless. For people in South America, I would say we must protect our sovereignty. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, these are countries that I expect the Americans to do similar military actions against. I think they are next. And I hope that by seeing Venezuela, it is crystal clear to any South American who is still holding out hope. It is clear that the BRICS nations are not going to come to save you. The Chinese, the Russians will not come to save you. The only people you can rely on to defend the sovereignty of South America are the South American people. And because of that, you need to stay militant, and you should start to advocate for a sort of South American NATO, right? Venezuela on their own would probably, even in a guerrilla war scenario, eventually be overrun by the Americans. Or at least they would be able to do sufficient damage that resistance would be horrific. Like, right, the scenes in the country would be horrific, and overall you would lose more than you gain by resisting. However, if you create an alliance between multiple countries, particularly Colombia, Mexico, Venezuela, Brazil, then you're starting to look at a force which could realistically hold back the Americans and make this very, very difficult for them. And this is not an uncommon idea, by the way. There is an idea called ALBA, which is the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of South America. Funny enough, Hugo Chavez, out of all people, since we were discussing him today, Hugo Chavez was a big supporter of this idea, and I think that in honor of the Venezuela he tried to build and all of the good that he tried to do, we should try to revive this idea and make sure that it is front and center in this time of American imperialism. And very interesting here, just to round off the video, I have this speech by Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, and I hope that by leaving with this at the end, we can have some sort of optimistic outlook for the future, and some inspiration for what has to be done in these challenging times. I zoomed in a bit too much. Okay, there we go.
Quiere acabar la democracia en Colombia.
I'm gonna restart that because he says something fantastic there at the start.
De pedófilos quiere acabar la democracia en Colombia.
A clan of pedophiles want to end the democracy in Colombia. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Duro, sí, pero ahí está la realidad. Y para que no salga la lista, entonces nos envían acorazados a matar pescadores de esta ciudad. Y amenazar al vecino, que si dictador o no, ¿cómo que el pueblo de Colombia va a aplaudir que invadan a su hermano, que no es el presidente, sino el pueblo de Venezuela? ¿Cuándo? Seríamos así de traidores y de vendidos, de que nuestra propia sangre la traicionamos, o el pueblo del Ecuador, o el pueblo de Panamá, o el pueblo de Venezuela no es nuestro propio pueblo. Entonces quieren que el presidente haga lo que quería hacer Duque, cobarde, prestar las tierras de Colombia para que desde ahí se invadiera a un país hermano que tiene la misma historia que nosotros, porque allá nació Bolívar y vino a morir aquí, en esta ciudad. No se puede. Presidente de Colombia que haga eso, presidente maldito por las generaciones futuras, porque nunca será olvidado como un traidor.
And there you go. Whoever sells out the next South American country will forever be known. Sorry, that was John Owens. Whoever sells out the next South American country will forever be known as a traitor to Simón Bolívar and the anti-imperialist struggle. For our countries are meant to be sovereign and not part of the American national project, not part of the American idea of manifest destiny, and definitely not part of the American military machine, which is looking for a third world war. All right, thank you guys for joining on this long mission of decoding what happened in Venezuela, and not only exactly what happened over the weekend, but also what happened leading up to this in terms of history and what will likely happen next, and what to do about it. We are this is Eurozone. Usually I have Ruben with me, but he's at home feeling a bit sick. But yeah, we make a lot of videos on anti-imperialist struggle, both on Palestine, but also South America, and very soon it seems like Greenland. That's actually going to be the next topic. So if you're watching this live, you stay. If you're watching this on the YouTube video, yeah, like, subscribe, and I'll catch you next time. God damn, that was a long fucking that was a long video. We do have one more topic, but it's getting quite late. Been going for almost 3 hours. I think I should do it because I don't know when else I would have time to cover this, and I would really like to upload this video today as well. It's about Greenland, because of course the Americans are now focusing on Europe as well. And they've made it super clear that they want to conquer Greenland. So yeah, let's have a look. What do I have here in my documents? I have Greenland, Stephen Miller, New American Project for Europe. Ooh, some history as well. Again, American capitalism. Oh my god, man. This is like 3 pages of notes. But I think I'm gonna have to do stretch a bit here. Say hello to the chat. I think I saw like 3 or 4 people come through on the live stream. That's nice. Yeah, we've had a few live streams before with people chatting, but I think it's very difficult to get it going when you're doing politics, right? So hopefully it starts to pick up over time. For now, it's still a little quiet in here, but I don't mind. It's cozy, and yeah. The dream, of course, is to have like a proper chat that you can interact with, because then it's more fun to do this. But right now, it's just me rambling into the microphone. But I anyways have to record, when I do these YouTube videos. So I thought might as well do it live in case some people join. I was thinking of doing it live on the TikTok as well. But yeah, it's a bit hard to set up, and I don't know how to screen share. So for now, I feel like YouTube is the best medium. But in any case, okay. Let me quickly look at the document here, and then I think we're gonna just go into the third segment because I want to get this done so I can relax a bit. It is Saturday after all. Happy weekend to all my 2 viewers out there. We dropped from 3 to 2. I wonder who left. All right. I think there's a better. I'm looking at my things here, but I think there's a better link actually for. Ah, come on. Give me one second. I'm trying to find this video because I always find videos after it has after I've already made my document, right? Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna start recording the third video now. If you're watching live, I hope you're having fun. Record the video, upload them right after the live too. So you can also see the videos as standalone topics. Next is gonna be Greenland, the divide and conquer of Europe. Let's get started, shall we? Donald Trump has made it very clear that he intends to invade Greenland and start to take and wants to take parts of Europe into the American national project. Now, this is very interesting because, as you know, Europe and America have been allies for a long time. They're both parts of NATO. This could threaten the complete destabilization and dissolvement of NATO. Nobody knows what happens if 2 NATO countries attack each other. We used to joke about this when I was a kid. And now it seems like it might actually happen. Let's kick it off with this clip here from Donald Trump speaking to a reporter, I think, just this morning.
Do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
One more time, what he says there is, whether they like it or not, we are going to take Greenland. If that wasn't enough for you, I think we also have...
So you can't take it off the table.
I think we have Stephen Miller here. Yeah, here we go. Also saying very blatantly that they are going to take Greenland through military force. Here we go.
So you can't take it off the table that the U.S. would use military force to seize Greenland.
The United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation. Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller insisted that Greenland should be part of the U.S. after CNN host Jake Tapper.
Yeah, I think the rest of the video is a bit boring, but you get the gist. Stephen Miller is saying that they're not going to do it through military because Europe is just going to hand it over on a silver platter. He might be right about that, by the way. We're going to get into a few reasons why Europe is very unlikely to resist. However, Trump, on the other hand, being very Trumpian, is saying that no, we'll use military force, no problem. We have nothing against doing that. So it could be that the Americans are now gearing up to go to war against the European Union, essentially. And are ready to dissolve NATO by taking Greenland. The Danish defense minister came out this morning at the same time as Trump issued his threat. The Danish defense minister this morning said that the Danish military should still abide by the doctrine under the Cold War, where you shoot first and ask questions later. What that means is Danish troops should not wait for any confirmation from their commanders or government that there is a declaration of war. They should not wait for any orders to attack. They should simply, if they see anyone approaching, start to shoot. So both countries are, for now, not stepping down. But if one of the countries were to step down, I think it's likely for it to be Denmark. And we're going to get into why that is. Of course, why does the United States of America want to invade Greenland? Because they are a technocracy, or they want to establish a technocracy. And you might be thinking, what? Technocracy? Yeah. So this is technocracy is just another word for an oligarchical system. So a system where all oligarchs run the economy, run the country instead of through the democratic rights. And this is an old idea from the 1930s that even the father of Elon Musk was a big proponent of. And one of the reasons why, by the way, the Musk family moved from America to South Africa is because this technocracy ring, this ring of elites who wanted to implement technocracy was found out, and was kind of disbanded, and so. The Musk family thought, okay, if we're going to pursue this white nationalist imperialist project, we better go to another country, and they obviously chose apartheid South Africa. Now, the technocracy map that has been going around shows the United States of America, which goes from Panama through Mexico, through the United States, through Canada, and all the way to Greenland, and it forms one big technocratic country that is run by oligarchs. So this is the big dream of these technocrats. So this is the reason why I'm differentiating this from just classic capitalist imperialism, is because it's not the normal American neoliberal, neoconservative imperialism. It is actually a step further, and this is the people who are pushing for this are the likes of Elon Musk. It's the Palantir CEO, who has a lot of power in the United States. It's Stephen Miller. These are the sorts of people that believe in this more detailed form of imperialism, whereby they also transform their own society and get rid of democracy. So That's most likely why they're going into Greenland, because Greenland does not have all of the resources that South America does, right? If this was just about resources, I think they would just continue what they're doing in Venezuela, basically, which they will as well. So that whole neocon Monroe Doctrine era policy of dominating South America, that will continue, but at the same time, there are factions of this fascist government that really want this technocracy to form, and for that they also want Greenland. What do I have to back this up? Well, there's this document that was recently revealed from a Trump leak, and let's have a look. Okay, Trump's alleged secret plan to pull off 4 EU countries, leaked document reveals, make Europe great again. So, a bombshell leaked document from the Trump administration's national security strategy has ignited rage in Europe as it claims that the US aims to encourage Austria, Hungary, Italy, and Poland to get out of the European Union. This purported, I don't know. This reported Make Europe Great Again plan targets nations seen as resistant to EU policies on migration and sovereignty, potentially reshaping transatlantic regions. Sorry guys, I just have to call out, right? Targets nations seen as resistant to EU policies on migration and sovereignty. Hilarious. Hilarious. So all of you right-wing motherfuckers, all of the European right-wing parties that scream about nationalism and sovereignty, in reality are ready to hand over our sovereignty to the Americans. I think we already have handed over most of our sovereignty to the Americans, but we're gonna get into why. But I just thought that that was a funny point to stop at. Anyone who in European politics talks about hyper-nationalism is actually just a front for American nationalism. The leak, first reported on December 10, builds on the official NSS released earlier, which already slammed Europe's direction. As tensions rise, European leaders expressed fury, while the White House blatantly denies any alternative document exists. Now, what does the document claim? According to a longer unpublished version of the NSS, reviewed by the U.S. defense outlet Defense One, the Trump administration proposes actively working with 4 specific EU members: Austria, Hungary, Italy, and Poland. The document also states that the US should work more with these countries with the goal of pulling them away from the European Union. It stresses supporting parties, movements, and intellectual and cultural figures who seek sovereignty and preservation/restoration of traditional European ways of life while remaining pro-American. So fucking this is hilarious, you know? Traditional European ways of life while remaining pro-American. So basically abandoning traditional European values and becoming American vassal states. This is in line with criticisms in the official NSS and EU policies leading to the civilization erosion through mass migration, censorship, and erosion of national identities. Again, saying that because we need to restore the national identities of Europe, we must live under the rule of Donald Trump. The leaked version frames the strategy as helping Europe correct its current trajectory by fostering ties with like-minded nationalist-leaning governments. Hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, I just wanted to put that as a piece of evidence up there. So this is part of the new American approach to diplomacy with Europe. They want to divide and conquer the European region, and they will do that by allying themselves with right-wing leaders across Europe. Specifically, we saw there Austria, Italy, Hungary, and Poland, who all have right-wing leaders at the moment, far-right leaders, with Giorgia Meloni, you know, the granddaughter of Mussolini, being there in Italy. And once they have done that, they will be able to split Europe into 2, having one that is more neoliberal and having one that is more fascist, right? And the fascist one, because of their shared goals in terms of anti-migration, even anti-Ukraine policies, will be able to form a bloc and an alliance with Donald Trump. which will be crucial because when he attacks NATO and attacks Denmark, a NATO member, an EU member, it is important that he does not face a collected and unified front in Europe. So in order to dissolve that unified front, he is going to try to split Europe into these two blocks, using those topics that we just touched on there, right? Migration, national sovereignty, fear of being too integrated into EU, and split them apart from the other countries like Germany, France, and the Scandinavians, who are much more pro-EU and still not as far right as the other countries. This right-wing alliance is also going to be based on this white Christian civilization narrative going around that is being supposedly eroded by migration. And this is something that they share perfectly with the United States administration, right? So this is their shared common goals. And through this rhetoric, they're going to try to form this alliance. Of course, I have to once again point out how hypocritical these right-wing parties are in Europe for talking about nationalism, right? And restoring their national identity while selling their country to Donald Trump. And some are even speculating. I am not completely convinced of this, but Kyle Kalinske, who is a left-wing commentator, has been talking about it quite a lot. Also, Valenti Vods has been talking about this, that there might even be forming a pro-Putin, pro-Israel, pro-Trump alliance. So this means Russia, Israel, and the United States of America might be trying to form a new alliance, which would be the replacement of their NATO, right? Israel doesn't have a NATO. They just have the US and Europe constantly supporting them. Putin doesn't really have any strong allies. He has China, but would China come to defend Moscow? Probably not. There's some complicated history between those two nations. And Trump is about to dissolve NATO, which he's a member of. And the only thing that could kind of ruin these plans for him is a strong, unified Europe. And that's why he needs to divide Europe. I'm not so sure that this bloc is going to form. I'm not completely convinced, but some of the evidence that does point towards it is that Israel was a big reason for why Ukraine never got their own Iron Dome. Israel essentially vetoed it, and this is a bit of a strange gift to give the Russians. They've also historically had a lot of ties with the Russians, so this is not an allyship which is lost to history. It could be rebuilt. Currently, it is not, because Russia is posturing as a pro global South BRICS country, an anti-America, anti-Israel country. So they are currently not allied, but they could be, right? Israel and Russia. And if Trump wants to create this division in Europe and is looking for new allies after NATO, it could be that he's a big fan of Putin. There's been some conflicting evidence, I would say, in the way he treats Putin. One day he's very aggressive towards Russia. The next day he's very friendly towards them. So I'm not quite convinced of this view, but it could be that is what is forming. Now, how come, by the way, Europe is so weak against American demands? How come America, the United States of America, has the audacity to come to Europe and say, you're going to give us Greenland, one of your biggest land territories, and you're going to be happy while doing it? Well, because we have a long history of selling out our countries to the Americans. And essentially, for us to go against the United States could mean the end of the European economy, definitely, and maybe even European society. So how did we get here? Well, first and foremost, we have outsourced our military to the United States because after World War II, Europe needed to rebuild. And there was two conflicting views inside of Europe as to how we would rebuild the European continent. First, obviously, socialism, which is very scary to the Americans. And second, capitalism, which is very attractive to the Americans. And the Americans were very much involved in this decision making. So all across Europe, you had these socialist parties taking power. After World War II, they were very popular because, let's not forget, the European resistance in Nazi Germany, which was socialist, all across from Denmark to Austria to Germany itself. All of these countries had local resistance groups which were all socialist. Let's not forget the USSR contributing to 90% of the Nazi casualties. 90% of Nazis that died in World War II were killed by USSR. So they did the heavy lifting when it comes to liberating Europe from the Nazi regime. And because of that, you had a lot of socialist sympathy in Europe, and viewing this as the destruction of Europe during World War II, viewing it as sort of an opportunity to rebuild through socialism and kind of shift focus away from capitalism. However, capitalism eventually won, and a big part of that process was the mafia in Italy allying with the fascists, the old basically the same Nazis that did World War II were then let go after World War II, and a lot of them stayed in positions of power also in Italy. So they, in order to gain back some control and some power, they allied with the mafia, the fascists, the Vatican, and the American CIA, who were most likely all being coordinated through NATO. This was the first big task of NATO, was to get rid of any socialist movements in Europe and replace them with capitalist movements. And now you might be very surprised, like you might never have heard of this history that I'm talking about now, but worry not. Luckily, my job is much easier than those that came before me, because nowadays the Americans just say it out loud. So here, what I'm going to show you is a clip of the CIA director, the ex-CIA director, James Woolsey, who comments on Fox News that indeed the Americans have meddled and overthrown our democratic leaders in Europe in order to stop communism from taking over. Here you go.
Over, even with their military and other inadequacies. They are taking over a lot more of Eurasia than they should, and it gives them heart as they take more and more under.
So until now, he's talking about Russia, but very soon here, the Fox News host is going to ask if it's true that the Americans have meddled in elections across the world, and he's going to mention Europe as an example. He was not asked about Europe; he just decided that he should give that game away. I'm sorry that the volume is a bit low. I turned it as loud as I could, but try to have a listen here.
Their wing.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians, we
don't do that now, though. We don't mess around in other people's elections, Jim?
Only for...
Let's play that back real quick. Exactly what he said.
From taking over. For example, in Europe... in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians, we
don't do that now, though. We don't.
The Greeks, the Italians, the CIA went in and intervened. And he was going to say more, by the way, but the Fox News host, the neoconservative, saved him by interrupting him. So, yeah, this is what the Americans were up to in the early part of the post-World War II world. And by the way, if you're wondering what sort of tactics they used, well, obviously there's the softer tactics of funding right-wing political campaigns, of doing smear campaigns in the media against left-wing leaders. But when that did not work, of course, they also used violence. They assassinated, they did terrorism, both in terms of bombing European capitals, placing bombs in European capitals that killed communists, but also in terms of bombing and doing terrorism in European capitals, where they then blamed it on the communists. But later in the 90s, it was found out that it was always the Americans behind it. So again, our continent, unfortunately, in Europe, has been sold out to the Americans for a long time. And this is just part of history, by the way. If you don't agree with me, then I don't know what to tell you. These are just facts. So that means that after World War II, we made this commitment in Europe to American capitalism. Our payment systems were built by the Americans so that every transaction in Europe sends a few cents to an American company. So when you send money to your friend, or you buy something at the supermarket, or you go, I don't know, to an amusement park, each one of those transactions sends money to America. More than that, our economies rely on American financial services. So what do I mean by this? America invests huge amounts of money into Europe, right? And our capitalist class needs that investment in order to drive business. And more so, when those same capitalist classes make money, they park all of their money in US stocks and bonds. The majority of European wealth is sitting in American stocks and bonds. Okay? We're going to get into that in a second. But more than that, because of how global capitalism works, we also outsourced all of our manufacturing to third world countries, and at the same time needed resources from those same third world countries in order to fuel our industries and our capitalist overlords, let's say. So to do that, our economies, and France is a perfect example, rely on resource extraction from the global south, and in order to get that resource extracted very cheaply from those countries, or even for free in some cases, we rely on imperialism. The issue is that our diplomacy after World War II, because our image was so ruined by the Nazis, we had to change the diplomacy, our diplomatic image after World War II. So we wanted to portray ourselves as a group of civilized countries that believe in democracy, freedom, and sovereignty. So we could no longer just go into countries, commit genocide, overthrow their people, and do slavery to extract all the resources directly. In order to do that, and by the way, we could no longer do that because of our new diplomatic image of being this civilized group of nations. And we could also no longer do that because our own people refused to take part in such operations. Militarism suffered a huge loss under World War I and World War II. The idea of militarism just became so unpopular in Europe that it would be near impossible to raise a new generation of imperialist soldiers. So what we did is that we outsourced this imperialism to the United States of America, so that we could always appear as this democratic, civilized force, while the Americans could do all of the dirty regime change, dirty war, terrorist funding, destabilizing, where after we come in as a stabilizing force, offer humanitarian relief, and in the process extract all of the resources and grow ties to the existing governments. And if those governments in West Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Southeast Asia, in South America, if any of those governments at any point said, no, we don't want to sell our resources to you for free or near free at very low prices, then we would just call our American buddies and they would go in and overthrow violently those governments. So America has been doing the dirty work for us a long time. And that means that our economies are completely dependent on them. Not only for the resources that fuel the economy, but also for the assets that the capitalist class own once they have made money off of these industries fueled by resources from the global south. Because, as I mentioned earlier, a majority of European wealth sits in American stocks and bonds. Okay, so as of December 2024, European investors held a total of 14.5 trillion in US financial assets, which included 8.9 trillion in corporate stocks and 5.5 trillion in various types of government bonds. All right? So that means if anything happens to the American stock market, then all of the wealthy people in Europe, the Epstein class, loses all of their wealth. Okay? And when this American stock market collapses, they also lose all of the investments that keep their companies alive, the companies that they own. So they will not have any new mechanisms to generate wealth, even if they wanted to. And I mentioned Epstein because, of course, our elites in Europe are also in the same Epstein class. So not only do they have this financial incentive that ties them at the leg with the American empire, they also have a personal reason, right? They like to violate kids. They like to that's essentially their favorite pastime, and they are friends with the American elites who provide a lot of these services for them, and they partake in all of the same parties, right? The elites from all around the world, by the way, often go to the same parties where they do an inhumane amount of drugs and abuse of minors. So this all means that all of this summarized means that our politicians in Europe are loyal to the American stock market and not to the European people. So anything that goes against the interest of the European people will be implemented as long as it benefits the American stock market. If you take this as a rule, by the way, then you will never be surprised by any policy in Europe ever again, because everything that is adopted in Europe always leads back to this. It really makes it very easy to decipher what's going on once you accept this line. So let's look at some examples, because I know that some of you might not be aware of what I'm talking about. You might think that we have democracy in Europe, but no. In fact, our real leaders or our real decision makers, they all sit in Wall Street, right? New York. So whatever Wall Street demands, we have to say yes. We privatize our public sectors and give them to the American companies. We lower our taxes and refuse to tax American companies. BlackRock and its allies from Wall Street lobby and slowly eat away at our regulations, right? So all of the food we eat gets worse and worse because the regulations go away. Our climate gets worse and worse because it's not in the interest of Wall Street to have climate regulations in Europe. And even when Trump came and asked for certain drug prices, we said, yes, Daddy Trump, we shall increase the prices of medications in Europe. If you don't believe me, have a look. Again, my job has become incredibly easy in this generation. Sorry, that was Donald Trump speaking. If you haven't seen this clip, by the way, I'll quickly play this ridiculous part for you.
And you see, I want to be more, but I have somebody watching.
This is the fucking clown, by the way, that is about to, in the same video that he does all of this shenanigans. I wonder if I can find it one more time. Yeah, here.
And you see, I want to be more, but I have somebody watching. I want to be more effusive. I want to really, yeah. But she gets it. And
this guy, okay, the same orange clown is about to explain to you how it took him 3 minutes to convince all of the European leaders to quadruple the prices of medications in Europe. Again, my job has become super easy because the Americans no longer hide it. We used to be called conspiracy theorists to say these things, but now they brag about it. So here you go.
France, I call up as an example. France, just as an example. I like him. He's a nice guy. Emmanuel. You know Emmanuel Macron?
Emmanuel Macron, the leader of France, right? The supposed guy fighting for European sovereignty, by the way. Huh? Everyone always points at him as the cornerstone of European identity after Merkel was voted out.
I love the French accent. Emmanuel. They said, listen, you're going to have to raise your prices a little bit because we're paying 14 times more than you. That's a lot, right? We're paying numbers. In other words, we're making up for all of this deficit.
I have to explain what he's saying because he makes very little sense without context. Basically, the Americans pay 74 times what we pay in Europe for the same medicines. Why? Because in America, they have no nationalized healthcare system, and they have no nationalized approach to bargaining, to negotiating with the medicine companies when they have to decide the prices of medicines. In Europe, this is negotiated from the whole country wide, so we have some protection against their outrageous price gouging. But in America, law of the lawless, full capitalism, essentially they can put up the prices of medications to any insane amount because without them you die, so you're still going to pay. And Donald Trump believes that because of that, the drug prices in Europe are too low, and essentially the high drug prices in the US are being subsidized by the low European prices. And watch what he does about it.
No. Donald, I will not be able to. Mr. President, please excuse me. Most of the people call me Mr. President, except for people that don't respect me. They call me that, which are probably a lot of them too. But they said, no. Putin calls me Mr. President. She calls me Mr. President. Emmanuel goes, no. We will not do that. Yes, you will, Emmanuel, 100%, because I was told they wouldn't do it. And this is, you can take Emmanuel and add up Hans, you can add up Ludwig, you can add every name in the book. It's all the same. The answer is no. We're not going to double our drug prices. Not for you or anybody else. I said, yes, you are, 100%. We are not going to do it. No, you don't understand. 100%. You're going to do it and you're going to like it. They go, I don't understand. I've told you 5 times, why do you keep saying you're going to do it? Because I'm always right about, Trump is right about everything, right? I said, the hat. Trump is right about it. I have been right about everything. Got to keep it going. Is there wood up here? Hold it.
Of course, he's rambling all over the place, but you get the gist. He asked all the European leaders, please, I need you to double your drug prices, your medication prices. And all the European leaders said no. And now watch how he manages to convince them.
I always like to, just in case. Trump was right about everything. And I said, so you're going to do it, Emmanuel? No, I'm not. I said, okay, here's the story, Emmanuel. If on Monday you haven't agreed to every single thing that we want, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything coming out of France, including your wines, your champagnes, and everything else. No, you cannot do that. I said, I can do that, and I will do that. Even for national security, I'll do that, but this is for medical security, and 100%. Now, let me explain. The tariff I'm imposing on you is 42 times more expensive than what I'm asking for you in return. So you can either have a 25% tariff added on to you, like I did with China on fentanyl. I put a 20% penalty tax on China, and it's drying up because the tax is far more than they make with fentanyl. But with the other nations, I said, you're going to do it. And you know what he said? You can't do that to me. I said, yes, I can. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be that bad. You just have to explain it to your people, your 39 million people, that, by the way, don't vote by mail. They vote on paper ballots. They tried voting by mail, and there was fraud all over the country. We're the only country that votes by mail, essentially. You know that, right? You know, Speaker, that's another thing. We're the only country that's...
Guys, I'm so sorry that this buffoon has to bring in 6 different topics. Okay, forget the other topics, just remember the premise. European leaders said, no, we're not going to double our medicine prices. He comes in and says, if you don't do that, we're going to put a 20% tariff on you. He's going to finish it soon, don't worry.
Stupid enough to vote by mail. Even Jimmy Carter's commission said, don't do it. But just to finish so that you won't say he wanders. Emmanuel said to me, Donald, you have a deal. I would love to increase my prescription drug prices by 200% or whatever. I would love to do it. It'd be such an honor. Whatever you want, Donald, please. Don't tell the population. Please, Donald, I beg you.
Can I just listen to that? Emmanuel Macron begging Trump, please, we'll do everything you want, just don't tell the population. Which population? Me. You. Sitting in Europe. Sitting here in Europe where we have to pay more and more for groceries every day, where our nationalized health services are being eroded, and where our medicine prices are about to go up because Donald Trump demanded it. And what did the European leaders say in response? Yes, we'll do it, just don't tell the European people.
Every country said the same thing. No, 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 we will not do this. Some were strong, some were very nice, some were rude. But they all said one thing, no, we won't. And within, I'd say on average, 3.2 minutes, they were all saying, we would be honored to quadruple our drug prices.
And there you go. So whatever the Americans demand, our leaders bend over and give to Donald Trump. And this is just one example of it. Medicine prices, if you haven't caught on already, are quite important when it comes to the sentiment of your people, right? It's a big part of why we elect certain leaders is how much we have to pay for healthcare. And even that, Donald Trump can just swat aside and be like, no, you're going to do what I want. And the European leaders are like, yes, 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 we'll do it. Okay? And if you don't believe me, I have, I think, one more link here that would be interesting, which is just...
we have a very positive view of the future here in Europe. We think we're going to be able to invest $500 billion over the next decade in Europe. We see it as a major opportunity for us. They're starting to change their approach here, which we think could result in higher growth rates. So this has worked out amazingly well for us.
So Blackstone, a big American conglomerate, saying we are ready to invest in Europe. Why is that? Because all of their efforts to deregulate our economies in Europe has finally paid off, and they're going to start investing. I thought I had one more clip for you guys, but I think I'm going to leave it there because I want to get into how that also affects geopolitics. So now that we are in agreement, hopefully, that the Americans own our local policy and our internal affairs, let's also look at then how they own our geopolitical affairs. Oh yeah, here's the link from BlackRock that I wanted to show you. So Europe what's needed for Europe investments renaissance. Basically, this is very corporate talk, going into that Europe has faced a lot of stagnation because of their local regulations. But now BlackRock feels like they are ready to invest again. And what I wanted to show you, this is from BlackRock's official website, by the way. Let me make this a bit... it's cropped, so I can't really show you properly. Give me 1 second here. I want you guys to read this. Sorry, it's cropped here on the left. I think if I do transform, transform, here we go. We're gonna take this down to 0. Okay, now you should be able to see it. All right. So what do they want to invest in? They're gonna say here, a selective approach. One example is in defense, where we see a hefty government spending plans potentially yielding opportunities in defense tech. That's not just AI and software companies, but also IT services and hardware like semiconductors that enable advanced technologies. We also see term opportunities in EU banks, insurers, and asset managers, as we expect them to be conduits of rising public spending on infrastructure and defense. Again, defense. We see interest rates staying positive and expect steeper yield curves compared with pre-pandemic, supporting net interest margins of banks. European banks have delivered higher average returns on shareholder capital than the US. Again, this is very corporate talk, but combine this with how we see Donald Trump completely steamrolling our leaders into giving him everything he wants, and the picture that you should get is that BlackRock and the American company and the American government are able to manipulate the policies and regulations inside of Europe in order to gain the most out of their investments. So essentially, they own our economy, they own all of our policies, and they own our political leaders. And because of that, whenever the US says attack, whenever the US says invade a country, we follow them. And we have some great examples. For example, the war in Iraq. This was illegal under many European laws. For example, in Denmark, it's illegal to go to war if there is no UN mandate or if you're not being invaded. But still, Anders Fogh, I think was his name, at the time, the prime minister, broke a Danish law in order to help the United States invade Iraq. Israel, of course, and their genocide on Palestine and Gaza. Another example where we have unfeeling loyalty, right? Where we always join them whenever they have something, whenever they want to expand Israeli influence and their territorial gains, we always support them. And even though the population in Europe now we see that a majority of the population in Europe is against the genocide in Gaza, still our politicians, our governments do nothing because we are owned by the Americans. Iran is another example. Ukraine is another example, right? We cannot step up to defend Ukraine even if we wanted to, unless we have the Americans' approval. They are the ones who are negotiating with Putin, not us, right? It's a European country, but the Europeans are not negotiating with Putin. It is Donald Trump who is negotiating with Putin. And of course, just last week we had Venezuela. So another example where the United States flagrantly violates international law. All our leaders that constantly talk about international law, they say nothing. And if they do say something, it is in support of Donald Trump's invasion. And this is horrendous for the European people. First and foremost, because it is a waste of money, right? All of that money that could be going to social services is going to these military actions abroad. It also creates mass forced migration, right? The refugees. And I'm not someone who is anti-migration in the sense that I don't mind living amongst immigrants. I am an immigrant myself. But I am against the fact that people have to flee their homes, which they love, because of bombs being dropped on their neighbor's house, on their schools, on their hospitals, and on their weddings. And this forces huge amounts of populations to go through the terrible experience of being refugees, and it creates this right-wing sentiment in Europe where some of our people get scared of the amount of refugees and also feel like we shouldn't be spending all that money on these refugee programs. But I remind you again that these refugees would not leave their countries if it was not for our military policies and the fact that we bomb their homes and give them no choice but to leave. So this is also, once again, leads back to our commitment to the American way. And eventually, by the way, the last reason why this is a very bad idea is eventually people will attack us, you know? You can only do so many genocides and bombing around in the world before these people get mad at you and invade your own country. Not, you know, I'm reminded of the ISIS attacks in Paris. That's not a coincidence. It's because the French are heavily involved with bombing weddings and children in all over the Middle East, and especially in Syria and Iraq. So people get mad at that and they want to do the same act of terror back. I'm not justifying it. I'm just explaining how actions have consequences and terrible consequences and lead to violence on the European continent. And of course, now even our ally, America, the US, are going to attack us. And no one will come to our defense because we have already made it clear that international law is dead and that we helped kill it, right? So no one is going to take us seriously when we start to cry about it. In summary, been a huge video, but I feel like the context is always important when discussing the United States. I hope you understood now that Europe was long time ago sold to the Americans. We gave it up to Wall Street a long time ago. And this puts us in a very unfortunate position when they start to act aggressively towards us because we can't really respond, right? So, in summary, America will expand into Europe because of their white Christian oligarchical empire, which is their ideology, first and foremost, right? Their ideology is always a part of why things happen. They will expand into Europe because of this resource war that is coming, and because of that, they need to expand to get more resources, and they will expand into Europe to plunder our resources with all of the wealth that we have accumulated from the global south. And when they come to do that, as they are now with Greenland, but it will not end there, they will go on further. Europe will have no response because they literally own us. Our leaders are loyal to the US stock market and not to the European people. And when we turn and ask the world for help, no one will come because our hypocrisy is laughable, right? How can the people in Palestine take our appeal seriously when we say that international law is being violated and American imperialism is coming to affect us in Europe when we have been dropping bombs and facilitating Israel's genocide along with the US for 3 years now, and before that for 70 years under Israeli occupation? There is nothing we can do about it because of our actions. The only thing we can do is to rebuild our militaries and I guess fight back, but that's going to be a difficult one because the American military is so strong. Yeah, that's it for this video. Listen, this is a Eurozone. I've been live streaming now for nearly 4 hours, so I hope that was enough, but there was so much going on recently that I felt like I had to cover it. We'll be back. I think I want to interview someone from Devonk next, the next mayor of Amsterdam, hopefully. So we have a lot of exciting stuff coming up. Keep following us on the short form platforms, TikTok and Instagram. And yeah, never forget that the mainstream media is not reliable. That's why you follow us here at Eurozone. We're not funded by anyone. We're not beholden to any company, any government, or even the viewers, because as you can see, there's only 3 of you watching this live stream and none of you are going to donate. So obviously we are not tied to any financial interests. This is true and independent media. Don't be fooled by the right-wing independent media, for they are not independent. Just because they're online doesn't mean they don't take money from the same companies that fund Fox News, right? Best of luck to the people of Europe. I hope we wake up and break this alliance with the United States, and let's see what happens. I'll definitely be back to report on it in any case. All right, that was the end of that segment. I'm gonna face now the people on the live stream. I am so tired after this run, man. Like one story next, and I didn't even have a co-host that I could like go back and forth with. Oh, even the cat left. I don't know if you noticed, but the cat is sleeping here on this pillow usually. And even the cat got up and left and was like, you know what? I am tired of sitting here. Anyone in the chat that wants to say something before I end this this segment? Otherwise, I would be happy to leave, to be honest. It's a Saturday. I want to lay down after sitting here for so long. I'll give you guys a quick minute to say your comments before I leave. I feel like, by the way, I should be more high energy in these live streams. I have no idea how the fuck Hassan Piker and the other guys do it, like just shouting all day. Yeah, I don't know. I get so tired from having to go through like a 10-page document and bring all these narratives together. I think also they're a lot more reactive. They just open links one after the other, so I don't think it's I think it's a little more there's a little more flow to it because of that. But yeah, okay, enough rambling. I'm gonna end it here. Thank you guys for joining, and I will see you next time on the Eurozone. Ciao, ciao.